Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Dirt Racing is available now. Download your copy today.
This is fantastic. This is GT Racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got rhythm. Both of them. Maloney.
He's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God!
Oh. Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV for the second night of V8SCOPS supports for 2023 here at the first event of the season at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in virtual Montreal. We've got triple duty here tonight. We've got the Flat 4s, the Toyota GR86 Cup car, then the Grand Tour, a GT4 field taking place tonight, and finishing off the night in the Flat 6s. This is going to be a very fun night of racing, a very long one as well, and we'll be with you every step of the way here on SimSpeed TV, live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And to bring it to you all live is myself, Reese Gardner, with Jay Kennedy joining me on comms for the first part of the night. Dan Yeaman will be jumping into the comms box soon, and Jay will be able to go back to single duty on production as well. Jay, last night was quite the night of racing. Unfortunate that you weren't here to witness it. You were busy on another broadcast, but really set the tone for the weekend. Very action-packed here at Montreal. I'm expecting more of the same tonight.
100%. It's going to be very, very fun. One of the most enjoyable tracks, the traditional start to our... And it always provides a real interesting night of racing, regardless of what category, whether you go from Formula cars down to your slowest MX-5 or Toyota 86s we're going to see tonight in the Flat 4s. So lots of overtaking opportunities, one of those real flow circuits with cool stop-start nature at the same time. So really going to be interesting to see who can capitalize in tonight's racing. Starting with the Flat 4s over a few 9-lap races, but this is the circuit. Very, very iconic, very, very cool track.
Yeah, it has no elevation change to speak of, but its corner sequences are magnificent, starting through turns 1 and 2. definitely an action zone on lap 1, and then you go through the chicanery up the back end of the circuit leading up to the Lepangla hairpin, and then the long casino straight on the way to the final chicane. The Wall of Champions is sitting there ready to take anyone who pushes a little bit too hard through that sequence. And a good variety of cars here tonight. And we saw touring car action last night. It's going to be largely GT car action here on the Saturday night. Starting off in the flat fours, we've got the same format as for the 2-litre Tourers. It's a 3-race event. All of them are 9 laps with a progressive grid for race 2, for race 3, sorry, and race 2 is going to be a reverse grid of the results from race 1. Definitely going to be throwing up a few surprises there. But the drivers are in a 10-minute qualifying session at the moment, and we have yet to see who is going to secure pole position for this one. But I think it might just go to the 06 of Bo Alba, because he has shown himself to be a pretty fantastic driver in these cars. The Kiwi sim racing machine coming across the line of Robert Henry, and that will be the start of his first proper time of the session. These cars lap Montreal in about 2 minutes, so the drivers don't have many opportunities to get a lap in.
No, especially with the no escape rule in effect for all V8SCOPS sessions. So this is going to be Rob Henry's final attempt to get a lap in. Of course, the other parties running group format, so it means it's a hard cut in qualifying. Means that as soon as the checker flag flies, that is the end of the session. You cannot complete any more laps. Session is well and truly done, so really got to perform on this one and only chance to get a time on the board. Not many times on the board yet either, which is a little surprising. We've got 7 drivers in this category at this stage, but only the 3 that have registered times, which surprises you and I.
Indeed. Well, let's see how Robert goes through the run to the hairpin. It looks like a very smooth, clean lap so far. And these cars are absolutely dwarfed by the circuit. Very small machines, these GR86 Cup cars, but they brake very late. They can carry a lot of momentum through the corners. They're definitely a momentum car, aren't they, Jay?
Yeah, 100%. They love to continue to flow. They're very, very sluggish to get up to speed. So if you can maintain your speed through the corner so that you don't have to work it as hard to get back up to that top speed, back up to that momentum pace, you'll find yourself doing quite well. So mid-corner speed also very, very important as well, because the car does tend to struggle a bit if you do drop it down a little bit. The gear ratios as well in this car can cause a couple of issues as well. But this lap hasn't looked too bad here from Robert Henry. He's bounced it over the curbs nice and aggressively. Looks spectacular. The lap time not amazing, but it is on the board, and that'll put him ahead of a couple other drivers.
Yeah, it definitely will. A very, very small field for the first event of the Flat Fours, but hopefully we see more drivers show up as the season continues. There's 7 drivers who will be taking part in this race tonight, and one of them, Cameron Dance here, for the Orbit Motorsport crew. Cam is a very long-time competitor in the AusNZ sim racing scene. He also races Formula V in real life. So he's got a lot of experience in cars that rely on momentum to really get things going. And when it comes to race pace, he's definitely one of the drivers to beat. Not quite up to spec in qualifying, though. And, well, he realizes this is his final lap, so might as well have a bit of fun while he's at it. And that actually brings to mind, Jay, the slowdowns around this circuit. If you cut the course here, if you take a little bit too much of those curbs, you'll be hit with some pretty brutal slowdown penalties.
Yeah, you definitely will, and they will hurt you big time in many ways. Not just the fact that you will have to slow down, but the amount of time you have to slow down for. Very, very aggressive slowdowns at this circuit. Been very controversial in the past, the slowdown penalty system here. So we will wait and see how much of an effect that has on the racing. Fingers crossed these guys can bounce it over the curbs and launch the cars high, but still not have to stress too much about those slowdowns, because it will be cool to watch. You can see all of the cars throwing it through the corners.
Indeed. Well, the session will come to an end, and these drivers won't make it to the line before they're able to complete that lap. So that means we are straight into the races here. First 9-lap race, and it's going to be led by Bo Albert and Ewan Baker on the front row, with Troy Allen and Cameron Dance on row 2. Robert Henry is the last driver to set a qualifying time. He'll start in 5th. Brett Loxton is in race control at the moment, as is Aaron Gilbert. But Henry King and Lindsay Hobbs in the session as drivers. They should be taking to the grid here. And pretty short gridding time, hopefully. We'll be able to get into the racing. It's very difficult to get any car off the line properly. The Toyota 86, it's a car that you can use traction control and anti-lock brakes on. So be interesting to see if the drivers turn that off, at least for the start.
Yeah, I'd be interested to watch that as well. It'd be surprising if guys haven't practiced the starting procedure.
It looks like Cam's just doing some final adjustments before
He's too busy checking his Snapchat, I reckon.
Yeah, or swiping on Tinder, who knows. He's got a very chill attitude, has Cam, and that definitely allows him to put a lot of energy into his racing. We'll see how he goes starting from 4th. We've also got Bo Albert on the Zoom feed as well. On go the glasses. Make sure that you can properly see the track in front of you, because it is time to focus. And Bo has a lot to back up here. He is the champion of the recently completed Aussie Online Gaming Summer of GR86. He was very dominant in terms of pace in the second half of the season, and qualifying 4 tenths ahead of Ewan Baker, definitely putting himself on the map here for the flat fours in the V8SCOPS Support Series. Timer hits 0, and the revs will rise. Getting ready to see who gets the best run off the line. 7 cars take the start, and we are away. Albert gets the best run out of all of them. Baker, not as good, but still with him. Not a great start from Troy Allen, though. He is under pressure there from Cameron Dance as they come into turn 1 for the first time. Good amount of space being given between all of these drivers. Allen pushing a little bit too hard in turn 2. That is a further position loss. Probably will be 2, potentially, with Lindsay Hobbs now rounding him up for a potential move into the chicane. Nope, Hobbs decides to just lift off and attack at another point. But looks like Bo Albert and Ewan Baker have run away with this already at the start. The two of them 1.3 seconds ahead of Dance, who leads up quite a pack. And there's a mistake from Bo Albert. He's run wide coming out of the chicane, and that's let Ewan Baker through into the lead.
He doesn't look happy about it either, so this will be interesting to see. I know that the strategy wouldn't be to let someone through early, so he'll be trying his hardest now to get this spot back as quick as he can. Hope that he can break away, but don't forget too, we've got the prospect of potential safety cars throughout this event as well. So will we see one? Will we see something change the race like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a safety car in race 2 of the V8s last night, so there's always potential, even with a small field like this. So out of the Lapangla hairpin they come down the casino straight, and this is where the slipstream starts to come into effect. Albert will have a pretty good slipstream on Ewan Baker. Cameron Dance is going to have to start looking over his shoulder because he's got Robert Henry and Troy Allen in hot pursuit, and some side-by-side at the very back between Lindsay Hobbs and Henry King. Who will be the bravest on the brakes out of those two? Looks like it will be Hobbs. King has to yield on the way into the final chicane, and they mostly avoid the wall of champions, though Troy Allen had a little bit of a wobble on the exit there. King pulls out again on Lindsay Hobbs, and Albert shadows Ewan Baker coming into turn 1 once more. Let's see who gets it done here. Into turn 1, King laid on the brakes and up the inside.
Yep, nice move in the end there from Henry King to get it done. It's taken him a full lap to get there, but he finally got it. The issue with that battle that they've had into the final chicane, though, look at the gap that they've lost now to that group ahead. 1.8 seconds. Henry King up to Troy Allen. So Troy Allen will be hoping that he can break away and they won't catch that gap down, which will leave the group of 5 at the front to fight away. Oh, but hasn't been able to do anything to get past Ewan Baker, but right on cue, a mistake from Baker. It almost looked like identical to what happened with Albert before. There he goes. Positional change. Bo Albert back in the lead.
Yep, and both of the leaders have lost some time as a result of that. It's brought Cameron Dance right into it. Dance running third, and that is looking very good from him. Looks like Baker. Oh no, he's taken a bit too much curb as Ewan Baker.
Got to slow down.
Yep, that's going to allow Dance into third place. It's also going to allow Baker's teammate Robert Henry into fourth, and
still hasn't cleared it.
Henry, yeah, that is no good there for Ewan Baker. He has gone right to the back of the field now. He's back with King and Hobbs. Well, that has promoted Troy Allen into the top four, and Cameron Dance now in second place, but can he do anything to catch up to Bo Albert, who now has a clear track ahead of him?
Yeah, very, very positive for Albert. Probably a little disheartening for Cameron Dance to see that there's no one close by that could potentially slow Albert down. He was probably thankful that Ewan Baker was giving him a bit of a fight, but now that battle is done, Ewan Baker will be eyes forward trying to close down. But I tell you what, Henry King's gone aggressive over the final chicane, and he's going to have to slow down and give up some time. The issue is Lindsay Hobbs has done the same thing, and he's also got to slow down. So those two at the back, they're going to drop even further behind.
Yeah, now there's a big gap between them. So that's not going to be very positive for Henry King or Lindsay Hobbs. Lots of time lost there. Well, Dance is keeping Albert honest here up at the front. He's actually remained quite close here through the opening section. See then what happened here to Ewan Baker.
Right here.
Where did it happen for him? Yep. Go too far over that white anti-cut curve on the inside, and you will nab yourself a slowdown. You can take quite a bit of that curb, but a little too much there for Mr. Baker.
Dance, he's closing that gap down pretty quickly, isn't he? It's surprising how much that gap has closed over a very short moment. I actually just saw. I was trying to get it up on Zoom, but I couldn't get it up quick enough. Dance is enjoying a beer while he's going, so always interesting to see when he decides to have a little drink down the straights. Also seeing something's happened to Troy Allen. We could potentially see a safety car if he can't clear the car. We'll get a replay up in a minute, but
he's still going.
Yeah, he's got a mechanical black flag though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Troy. Looks to me like he just rode the curb a little too aggressively coming through this chicane here. Set up the car and sent him into a spin, head-on collision with the Armco barrier. That has cost him a little lid as a result. And with that mechanical black flag, we'll see him come into the pits. Well, have a look at the gap now between Albert and Dance and the rest of the field. As into the pits comes both of the Kiwi sim racing
I'm wondering if they forgot to put fuel back in the car after qualifying.
Yeah, that's that. There's potential for that.
It's a mistake we've all made before.
Indeed, but nonetheless, it's an embarrassing error for everyone who has done it at least once, and they definitely won't forget it for the next round. Yep, they both come out, and they are together. So that's promoted Robert Henry up to P3. Sorry, my apologies. It's
Henry
promoted King up to P3. I was looking at the wrong
You're right.
timing
You
screen there.
looked at Henry and you got confused.
Yeah, unfortunately. But, well, Henry King, just by keeping out of trouble, aside from that one slowdown, now has a top three in sights. And there's the gap between Dance and Albert, and looks like the gap is increasing there. Might Cam have gotten a slowdown from that? Not too sure.
Yes, he has. And confirm he's got a slowdown penalty. So the gap that was closing is now no more. Lost a fair bit of ground from that too, so he'll be pretty heartbroken by that one.
Yeah, that he will. Let's see how aggressively he turns up the wick from here. Into the final chicane, and yeah, it's amazing how aggressively the curbs are ridden in any car around Montreal, but really shows in the GR86 with the very snappy suspension settings on this car. You can see that Albert is and Dance, they're both having trouble there keeping the
How did he
wheel
hold
nice
it?
and stable. How did he hold it indeed? Well, he's making a couple of adjustments obviously, but
I don't know if that's a couple or a few more than a couple. Oh, big slide again.
Yeah, the 86 is actually a pretty difficult car to drive on the limit, I've found. You know, it handles very nicely. It's a very pointy car, but managing the rear end, especially through a course like this that's so, you know, that's so rear dependent, it can be quite difficult.
Well, it's time for me to sign out. Dan Yeaman turns up, and I can take blame for Dan being late because Dan's been helping with the computer today, so appreciate it, Dan, and throw it over to you and enjoy the rest of the show with Reese as well.
Well, thank you for that there, Jay, and well, thank you for having me back in the box once again, and oh yeah, another fun afternoon, making a good old road trip up from Melbourne to Bendigo or thereabouts for me today, Reese, and well, annoyingly, it was all over a $5 part that I had to supply after building the computer for Jay already. Let's just say when I got up there the first day, seeing all the parts and putting it together and realizing we didn't have the right mounting bracket for the liquid cooler have been chosen, thanks to changing Intel motherboard sockets. That wasn't all too flash in terms of the emotions on the spot, as it were.
Yeah, PC building is a frustrating endeavor at the best of times. So, it's good that we got that sorted out. And now, full-on racing action can be seen for the rest of the night. Things have calmed down quite a bit here in the first race of the Flat 4s, but definitely the night is not over. We've still got 2 more races after this one and 4 to go in this first race. So plenty of opportunity for mistakes to be made. And Bo Albert making his mistake on the first lap definitely shows that he is not bulletproof. And Cameron Dance will be trying his hardest to make this gap back up after taking that slowdown.
This is, I'm quite impressed by the Zoom call angle there. Obviously, Archie will now do things like adding 2 Zoom feeds to our view here. Unfortunately for us here, it looks like Bo's webcam has chosen his Jinx shifter as the item to be in focus here tonight. So I guess maybe it's some ideas there for Bo. But it's this nice onboard shot we can see here, 2.2 seconds. I can actually sort of having been paying a bit of attention to some back and forth chatter between a couple of guys about the racing here tonight. That right on the cusp of losing the toe now is Cam Dance there in second place. If he can maybe just try and work in a little bit closer and maybe not drop it, he'll still have a tiny bit to work with there. But at this rate, looks like he'll finally Bo Albert. Because part of the thing I'm worried about is that it'd be a draft fest all race long, and that anyone who is remotely close on pace would be carried on. As there's a nice bit of curb usage through the Wall of Champions from Cam Dance. That would be very hard to break away, but in spite of that, I get here halfway through, and they've well and truly broken away these top 2.
Yeah, well, Cam is definitely on the attack because his last lap was almost 2 tenths quicker than Bo Albert's. So let's see what he can do in the final 3 laps. If he continues making up 2 tenths a lap, he'll be within draft range on the final straight. But I'm still not sure if he's going to be quite close enough to get it done here on Albert, who has led every lap except the first. Let's have a good bit of slow-mo action to see this GR86 going almost airborne over those giant curbs at the final chicane. Magnificent to see. And that is the line that you have to take if you want to maintain momentum through these corners. You've really got to strike the balance between keeping it stable and getting a little less stability but a bit more pace, and reaction times are everything in these cars. Here's a battle. Hobbs versus Baker. Ewan Baker and Robert Henry, of course, having to take to the pits earlier. We presume to put fuel back in the car. And Baker, of course, qualifying in second for this first race. So he's got a lot to think about here, trying to make up as much time as possible before the end.
Yeah, it's good to see we do have a couple of battle packs here that we can work with in this group here from fourth. Hello, that's a bit deep there from Ewan Baker. It'll allow, actually not quite a point. Robert Henry gets close, but not quite able to tuck up the back there. Actually missed what that was going to be. Slow down for Cam Dance off the wall champions this time around, so he has pushed the limit a bit too much. Whilst we're looking at these two here, deciding over who's going to run around in 5th and 6th, respectively. And he's going to run wide through turn 2 as Cam Dance. But now I didn't see if it was a slowdown for Ewan Baker, or that was just in a bit too hot and just overshot the brake marker there. And getting my bearings at the moment, kind of missed on exactly what that might be as we check out the slow-mo virtual racing school replay there over the curbs. Just a little bit too aggressive that time for the number 6.
Yeah, if you end up going over the lip of those anti-cut curbs, that's round about the point where the slowdown is triggered. As long as you're keeping 2 wheels on the red and white curbs, you're good. So we'll see now what Baker can do after that mistake at the hairpin, which might have been him clearing a slowdown from the chicane previous. I would say with the amount that's been happening so far tonight, that's going to be a reasonable assumption to make. But in terms of lap times, Lindsay doing 1 minute 56 lap times, and Baker running pretty solidly in the 155s apart from the last lap. So we'll see what he can do from here. That slowdown on lap 1 was absolutely brutal. If it hadn't been for that, Baker would probably still be fighting up with Bo Albert and Cam Dance.
You should note that one there. I mean, yeah, these are the kind of cars where slowdowns are going to hurt us. That was a KSR cut around, and Robert Henry's gone around on the exit of Le Pringle there, as there were 2 KSR cars following that Excalibur Esports 86 into the hairpin there. And alas, there was only one on the exit. Also being advised and can confirm another slowdown penalty for Cam Dance, pushing the limits a bit too much at the final chicane once again. You think after 2 times he might learn now. And I think I can see the issue is that with these cars being so slow, you have to massively kill your speed through. And is it through the first part? Nope, that's most definitely through the second part of the chicane.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely bit too close. Oh, there we go. It's on for P5 here. Ewan Baker going to go around the outside part. It's for 4th place of Lindsay Hobbs, but on the inside, that gives Hobbs the run for turn number 3 here. See what they can make of it. And no outbreaking from Ewan Baker there. He'll go through to 4th place. Start of this final lap of race number 1 here tonight for the Flat 4s.
Indeed, it is the final lap, number 9. And we'll get a replay of what happened to Robert Henry here. It was just at the apex of the hairpin, I think on the throttle a bit too hard. Yeah, you could see the car squat, and the rears just went. Obviously not running any traction control on that thing. Still very much on as things get going once more. So as we check the end of that replay of Henry getting going again, we'll see what Bo Albert can do coming into the final corner here. He's kept it clean all race. He's avoided the slowdowns, and a very calm run across the line to take the checkered flag in the first race of the Flat 4s for 2023. Cameron Dance thought he could get close, but unfortunately he'll come home in second, 8 seconds behind him. Still almost on here between Lindsay Hobbs and Ewan Baker, but the position was taken, and it looks like Baker will do very nicely to salvage a 4th place from this race. as the final finishers will come across the line. Troy Allen is still out there halfway around the final lap. And of course, he's still carrying the heavy damage that he got before. A visit to the pits for him just to get a few repairs done to clear the mechanical black flag. But that car is looking decidedly bent. He'll be hoping for better from race 2, and he will get better, at least at the start, because we've got a reverse grid on our hands, Dan.
That we sure do. And that will make things a little interesting here on lap 1 of race number 2, I do suspect, as we just wait for our final driver here to make his way across the line. Unfortunately, definitely a rough night of it in terms of the damage and how that's affected his race, but he will make it home in time before we switch over to race 2. So there are your results on the screen. Albert from Dance from King, and then Baker edging out Lindsay Hobbs there. Robert Henry in P6. Troy Allen to finish race number 1 in 7th, thanks to that damage on the car of the number 23. And so with him across the line, we can now transition into race number 2 and take that order on the grid and flip it around backwards. Thanks to the fact we've got Aaron Gilbert and Brett Loxton in the server as our manual safety car drivers, it will put Troy Allen will be on the, well, is still on effective pole position race, but we'll be starting out of the 3rd grid slot here tonight for this race, and therefore Henry will line up alongside him, but in technically the 4th grid slot, and so on and so forth here tonight, with Lindsay Hobbs, Ewan Baker sharing the 2nd row of races. Henry King, Cameron Dance out of the 3rd row, apologies. Math is hard today apparently at times, and Boa will be having a row all to himself there at the back of the grid.
Yeah, and Albert got the best start on the green flag of the previous race, so look for him to be making moves on lap 1 and off the line. Unfortunately for Troy Allen, well, he qualified well enough for P3, but we'll see how well he can get the start here as the time goes to 0, and we're away once again. And yeah, same story. Allen's just not getting a good run off the line. Instantly, Robert Henry goes into the lead, and Allen is blinking. So Lindsay Hobbs sees that he has to take avoiding action, and well, he can't quite get it done as into the grass, and hitting Troy Allen is Ewan Baker. And Allen immediately sent to the back of the grid, wide in turn 2. Albert is making up bulk positions here. He is already fighting for 3rd place with Ewan Baker, but a bit of a squiggle there through the chicane. He's going to have to yield here. That gives a good run to Henry King around the outside. Can he get it done on Bo? Well, King's going to have to defend here from Cam Dance. Into the chicane they come. No mistakes from the drivers up the front, though. Henry from Hobbs, they are nearly bumper to bumper, and this is a great pack here on lap 1. Can King make it 3 wide? Is he brave enough to do it? Oh, there's not much space to get it done. Albert's all the way over to driver's right here, coming up to the chicane, and what a great view Cameron Dance has of all these proceedings. There goes Albert up the inside of Ewan Baker, and it looks like he's just avoided the slowdown for good measure. Dance gets a really good run out of the chicane, and will be on the outside coming into the hairpin, but as we saw last night, Dan, that is not the worst thing that can happen. He's not going to be able to get it done there. King still maintaining the position.
Yeah, it was all about the run off of the 3rd chicane on the course here, but yeah, gets it done there, and now the whole group packs up for the run down the Casino Straight. In fact, if she can dance enough of a run, he'll slide on over to pick up a bit of tow here off the back of Ewan Baker, who's still trying to chase down Bo Albert. Bo Albert already up to P number 3 in this race, and here we go. Henry King's popped out to the inside, side by side with Troy Allen into the chicane. Not quite. He will be ahead and allow himself and yield the spot. So single file, they're all grouped up together as they work their way across the line to complete lap 1 of 9, and it's a 2-second gap, but Bo Albert's going to have to make up to the cars ahead, and we'll see if this group can stick together and be a little bit more sort of aware of what to expect here in these flat 4s now after race number 1.
Yep, this is the battle for the lead. Lindsay Hobbs chasing Robert Henry. And Henry was one of the drivers that didn't have the best of luck in race 1. He was one of the drivers that had to pull into the pits, and then he had that spin out of the hairpin, and oh, that's a near spin over the curbs at the second chicane. So Lindsay Hobbs gains a slight advantage here. This is another slipstream zone on the backstretch down to the next chicane, but Hobbs will be on the outside, and Henry stays middle of the road, doesn't give him a way through. They still clean up the curbs very nicely. Neither of them look to have gotten a slowdown here. Hobbs again in the slipstream. It's another straight on the way to the hairpin that's a bit longer than it initially seems. Henry goes defensive. That's going to be a tight line in. Hobbs will cut back. Oh, that is quite the slide, as that's a problem for Henry King. I think he might have gotten a slowdown.
Yep, quite right. So it looks like that's a case of drivers finding a way to try and clear slowdowns, just deliberately overshoot the corner down at La Pringle. As you look at the group here, work their way towards catching your top two, and thanks to the massive advantage of the tow, that's exactly what Bo was on. So it will be 6 of your 7 cars all pretty much lined up in a group, and a couple of drivers there closer to the outside wall than you might have liked. But, well, they'll stick together here. We'll see if Henry King can catch up. But again, the slowdown penalty in these cars is just absolutely massive. As we see there, Bo Albert almost into the right up behind Lindsay Hobbs, goes a little wide through turn 2 to try and potentially open the run. And we'll stay as they were, though. Down to turn 3 here for lap number 3 of 9.
Yep, clean usage of the curbs from all of our top 5. And Troy Allen still trailing behind. We'll see what he can do to catch up with these guys evidently battling as hard as they are. Out of the second chicane then, nice smooth run onto the back flat out section. And on board here with Albert. This is not going to be an opportunity for him to get by at this point, but a really good run through the chicane means he'll be at least side by side with Lindsay Hobbs coming into the hairpin. He could have gone to the outside there, but chose not to. Now he does. Let's see how brave he is on the brakes. He's definitely a lot later, and he will go slightly deep as a result of that, but outside line, straighter throttle application results in a better run off the corner, and he takes the position. Lindsay Hobbs now back to 3rd spot and under threat from Ewan Baker and Cam Dance.
Yeah, as they all stick together, Baker's closing in, but Hobbs will try and take the tow. He actually follows the tow for a second. Baker has to pull to the right side of the road, gets him the inside here for the War Champions, and Hobbs is going to have to get on the brakes, I think, to yield that one there and not lose too much more speed, because Cam Dance is up next, and he would like a piece of the pie as well. Goes to the inside for the run to turn number 1 here, and indeed pulling up alongside of Lindsay Hobbs. That's how easy it is in these kind of cars for 1 spot lost to become 2 spots lost, and down on the brakes for T1. Dance will get it mostly done, but no! In deep! Makes contact and half spin for Hobbs there. Definitely an awkward moment there between the 2 cars, and actually the person on the radio in game is actually going to be Lindsay Hobbs, apologising for the contact there. I'm sure Cam will get back on the buzzer at some point about that one there, but yeah, a bit lost it on the way into turn 1 there. He's gathered it back up, but was on the apex, and they've just come together, it seems, there right in the middle of the corner as it's on for P1, but it's a KSR sandwich that Bo Albert finds himself in at the moment.
Indeed. It's a double-pronged attack here, and Robert Henry and Ewan Baker will be working together here. They'll be trying to box Bo Albert in, I'd imagine, unless Albert can turn up the aggression and get up the outside into the hairpin. Not going to have an opportunity. Yes, he is. He makes the move as late as possible. Henry is forced to go defensive. Albert, is he going to be able to get it done? That's another good exit. Yeah, have a look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, tell me about it. The run around the outside of the hairpin here. Very useful indeed in these kinds of cars. As long as you don't run out too wide. And in case it looks like, well, it's not done yet, because coming up to the Wall of Champions, and a bit of side draft would appear for Robert Henry as you're basically going to back out of it. Side by side, though, between Albert and Henry. Contact in the Wall of Champions. Sends the number 7 around.
Oh, that's a shame.
And Ewan Baker to take the race lead in the meantime.
Yeah, indeed. Albert was technically behind, but still alongside Henry when that contact happened. So I don't know if race control are going to have any input into that incident. But it looked to me like, well, you know, Henry trying to maintain the line through the chicane, unfortunately came off second best. So there it is. Once more, have a look at that slow-mo. That's the lap previous, apologies. Just another opportunity to get some slow-mo footage of these cars briefly flying as they make their way over those anti-cut curbs. Albert's still in second spot, but that is a brilliant exit from the chicane. Ewan Baker looks to be in a bit of trouble here. He's going to go immediately defensive coming into the next chicane, into turns 7 and 8. But Albert will have to yield. Baker with the slightly narrower line in. That's not going to help his exit.
Too aggressive, though, from Bo Albert. Tried to get the over-under through the 8-9 chicane there as we get the replay now of what happened there last lap. And you can see, I think it's, yeah, I think Bo's entitled to the space there from that particular angle, Reese. And just a case of, it's very, very hard to get two cars in through the chicane there. And unfortunately, contact is made. One car ends off, in the case of Robert Henry, ends off far worse than the other guy in that situation. Although, look at that, one slowdown has cost Bo Albert, call it 2 seconds to clear that, and allowed Cam Dance to arrive on his rear bumper now as they work on down towards the final chicane. Interesting to note there that Lindsay Hobbs has dropped off the timing and, in fact, has gone. Never mind that.
Henry again, is that? No, that's Albert. No, oh God. Okay. Things have gone incredibly wrong for Bo Albert. Sorry, I'm getting my blue cars confused, but it doesn't seem like Bo's all that bothered by it, honestly. Although he is carrying some... Oh, yeah, yep, there's the bother. He's very heavily damaged from that. And judging by how far apart he and Cam Dance were coming into the hairpin, I doubt there was contact involved. And looking at it on my end, in fact, there wasn't. Looks like Albert's car just got just swung around on him. A little bit of a tank slapper almost coming through the final chicane. We'll get another view of it, thanks to our friends at Virtual Racing School. Coming in, you'll see the car twitch. Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't take much. A little bobble through the first part of the chicane is enough that even though the momentum and the speed was there to carry it as normal, it was not ready and able to carry it as normal. And, well, that's now allowed the gap for the lead to stretch out to 4.5 seconds, with Dance slamming on the anchors a little more than expected through the final chicane. And, well, this is looking like it's now Ewan Baker's race to lose. And just like the 2-litre Tourers that we opened with last night, Reese, are we possibly on for a situation with a different winner every race as far as things go here? Bo Albert wrapping up race 1. Obviously, it's a little early to say that this is most certainly Ewan Baker's race 2, but I don't know. I feel like we've got some good odds here for 3 winners in 3 races once again.
Yeah, especially considering how quick Cameron... Oh, just as I say that. Especially how quick Cameron Dance can be when he avoids getting slowdowns and getting into the wall. But you just saw it happen for him there. It looks like a slowdown for Lindsay Hobbs as well.
Wall tag.
Yeah, well, that's a hard wall tag. Yeah, indeed. That's going to allow... Is that Henry? Robert Henry?
Yes.
Who's just gone through on him? Yes. Yeah. So another change for position. Let's see Hobbs here. Too aggressive out, and yeah, a little bit of a wiggle through the final left-hander. Just sent him on a straight trajectory into the tyre barrier at the Wall of Champions. So Hobbs will be walking wounded here. Bo Albert and Henry King now together. Albert, despite the damage, continuing to show he's got mad pace in that car. Got by King quite nicely.
I get the feeling Bo will be throwing that car around with even more abandon now than he might have been already, just to try and keep up. But it may be the case that the tap was just light enough that damage models being forgiving, that he has only got severe visual looking damage and not so much actual mechanical damage, unlike what I was able to catch there for it was Troy Allen in race 1. Had similar looking front end damage, but yeah, the fact that Henry King hasn't been able to get clean hits is a little, basically with Henry King's car, just a little bit of a crumple to the bonnet there and the front right corner of the car, and would seem to be about equal on the pace metrics as these two work together through Le Pingle. And gee, having a look at the track corner name, I think I've been saying Le Pringle, and that's not right.
I was going to say something last night, but Le Pringle is such an entertaining thing to hear. I allowed it.
Good to know. Well, I guess we'll try and fix that up for tonight and then tomorrow, since this is day 2 or 3 of our collective coverage from Circuit Gilles Villeneuve and the V8 SCOPS and SCOPS supports on the whole. 2 more laps to go, and the gap for Ewan Baker is actually up to 5.6 seconds. So either Cam Dance, that tap to the wall, did more than I thought it did, or maybe indication here that Baker definitely has some pace to burn in clean air relative to Dance, although there's that little crumple on the bonnet for Dance. So maybe, just maybe, it's enough to do that bit of lap time damage as well.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, looks to me like...
Troy Allen also with the crumple.
Yeah, indeed, and Lindsay Hobbs with a slight crumple from his appointment with the wall. One thing that I failed to note initially was that Lindsay Hobbs is actually a lap down. Looks like he had to pull into the pits to get damage repair from that contact with Cameron Dance in the opening laps of the race. So no fight for position at the moment between any of these drivers.
There will be soon.
Oh yeah, looks like it. That's a problem for Cameron Dance. Slow down out of the chicane, I think, and had to take to the runoff. But with that late apex, he immediately starts to jet away from Troy Allen once more.
Yeah, he does a bit, but Allen's now inside a second, so this will be a nice little pull along the casino straightaway up into this final chicane as we get ready to start the fun up. That would also might explain why, well, actually no, it doesn't really, because Cam Dance hasn't lost. You see, the time he lost from taking the chicane was wrong, was 2.5, nearly 3 seconds to the race leader. So, yeah, he's actually going to, there you go, so we're going to start trying to break the toe, because he knows that inside of almost, what's that number there? Almost 7/10? Yeah, call it 3/4 of a second now, as they come across the line. And we'll see here how they work, as we've got the onboard as well here with Dan, well, the Zoom call for, I should say, with Dance, not so much the onboard, because didn't go on board there whilst we watch these two go at it. That's an onboard shot there and Zoom call. Thank you very much, producer Jay Kennedy, for helping me get my words not so scrambled.
Really like these new background graphics that we've got, turning up the psychedelics here. I really do like the look we've gone to for our YouTube avatar as well. A nice change here as SimSpeed updates for 2023. Also hearing that Jay is working on some new overlays that are a bit of a blast from the past, so maybe keep an eye out for those in the near future. Fingers crossed for tomorrow, Jay just says. So, well, let's see then how V8 SCOPS looks with SimSpeed TV's potential new old look. I'm starting to get myself confused there. It's the final lap. We're going to have an opportunity to take a breather after this one. Ewan Baker well out of the Lepengla hairpin, and he is going to come away here unless there's a problem with race 2 of the night. Pretty much untroubled there since he got into the lead. Had to work for it early on, and oh my god. Oh my, Jesus Christ. Oh my lord. Yeah, Cam Dance obviously doing a bit of research after the problems he's faced so far. There goes Ewan Baker across the line. Oh, good win. Good win for Ewan Baker. In second place for Cam Dance. That little bit of light reading he did evidently helped him in the last few hundred meters of this race.
I'm sure it did. Yeah, that was the thing that made the difference there. As the rest of your drivers will make their way across the line. Robert Henry there able to recover to P4. Ahead of Bo Albert, who will finish 5th. Just behind him, Henry King 6th, and Lindsay Hobbs, unfortunately, coming out that one lap down there in 7th place. As they're all across the line, the results wrap up here for race number 2. And, well, yeah, there's 7 drivers. The only exception to the lead lap finishing results there was Lindsay Hobbs in P7, unfortunately. And that will therefore also be how they line up on the grid for race number 3. We'll see, can somebody rein in these race leaders in these triple race sprint formats? It always seems to be, again, another similarity to the 2-liter Tourers so far that I'm seeing tonight that we saw from that category last night. Race leaders able to just check out and build a gap from the very get-go. So we've got a minute here before race 3 starts and a chance to have a look again at the schedule for the flat 4s this year as part of the V8SCOPS supports calendar. And, well, just like the 2-liter Tourers, we'll see them at the Bathurst 6 Hour in that event on Sunday, March 26th. But we will see them earlier than that, as they'll be joining the lineup at Winton Motor Raceway, the second round of V8SCOPS as a whole for 2023 on the weekend. Well, that'll be Friday the 24th of February for the support categories racing there. So another triple sprint format. The first time we'll see a different format for these 86s. Virginia International Raceway at the start of June there with a compulsory pit stop format for those cars there, Reese, and then back and forth on the sprint and CPS formats as we then head to the endurance, or 2 of the Endurance Cup rounds there in September. Well, I've skipped over Imola in round 5 as well there. Oopsies.
Well, yeah, I think that's a very good schedule, and I'm definitely looking forward to Winton. A very tight track in most cars, but I think it's just right for the GR86 in terms of pace. So that will be a fun one for sure. Make sure that you join us for all of that across the year for all of our support categories. It's time, though, for race 3, and it's a progressive grid from race 2, so no need to go through the grid. We will see Ewan Baker start on pole position, but Bo Albert's going to have to try and work his way up from 5th here. The revs rise, and we're going to get going here for the final race of the night for the flat 4s. Green flag flies, and we are away.
Oh.
And wow, the poor starts continue for Troy Allen. This time he doesn't get off the line at all. That is such a shame there for Troy, but it's side by side for the lead coming into turn 1. Cameron Dance is going to take it to Ewan Baker here, and it's side by side as well between Henry and Albert, with Henry King right with them as well. And that's Cameron Dance into the lead. A nice tight line through the second corner here. Good defense there for Henry from Albert. That stymies the run for the race 1 winner. Shame that we haven't seen Lindsay Hobbs take to the start for this race. We've only got 6 cars racing, so it's some old school Gran Turismo vibes, I'd have to say. But it is close up the front of the field here. Baker trying his darndest here to get the move back on Cameron Dance, who really executed the start quite well.
He sure did, as we'll get up the Zoom and race feed once again. Look out the back of your provisional race leader as side by side there between, it was Bo Albert and Robert Henry, I think, in the background is shot because they were getting close there. But you see here, Ewan Baker shows the nose as Bo Albert nose ahead into the Pingle for the first time, and still there, going to go the longer end, and once again going to get the drive off the hairpin round the outside. Will actually take the place as they just get started on making their way down the casino straight here on lap number 1.
Yeah, beautiful run from Bo Albert. The slipstream is on here with 5 of our 6 cars, and a slight bump draft, it looks like, from Ewan Baker. Not quite able to get past Cam Dance. Bo Albert, very late on the brakes, almost too late That was very close indeed, but I think the anti-lock brakes working in his favor there to stop the thing from locking up. The gap stays relatively the same. What that has done is it's slowed up Robert Henry, and Henry King has half a chance of getting past him into turn 1, but unfortunately does not eventuate.
Yeah, keep it nice and, well, calm is what I would suggest, but that's not quite accurate here as they oh, trouble for Lindsay Hobbs on his lonesome there, a long way off the rest of the group. And, well, yes, apologies there. I can see it. I can literally see it in my game feed, yeah. Unfortunately, Lindsay Hobbs dropped out of the server at some point prior to the race start. Did get back in. So is racing, but unfortunately, well and truly detached from the rest of the group here. As you can see, our top 5 work together there through turns 6 and 7. And then we'll see here, roughly evenly spaced. So we'll see what the situation looks like when they make their way down the back straight away once again here in a moment's time.
Very nice shot to see them all going smoothly across the curbs there at the chicane. That's one of my favorite chicanes, actually, in all of motorsport. Through the hairpin they come, and Albert really pushing hard. He's actually gained quite a bit on Robert Henry. He's put him a little bit further back, and now he's right in the draft of Ewan Baker. That's our top 3 making their way down the casino straight, and Baker in the slipstream of Dance is gaining, and Dance has to stay middle of the road there. He's going to go defensive into the final chicane. How aggressive will Ewan Baker be? Draws alongside. That's a better run into the first part of the chicane, and Dance has to give him space. Almost gets squeezed into the wall, and Albert is going to take it 3 wide down the front straightaway here at Montreal into the lead by the time they get to the start-finish line. Baker is back to 3rd. Can he pass Dance? He's switching to the inside, but that's not going to work out. Dance continues there in 2nd, and Albert, with that magnificent move, really prescient stuff, into the lead. And Robert Henry now right on the back of his teammate. Can Baker get back past Dance? He has to look up the inside of the first chicane. Doesn't work for now.
Yeah, inside for turn 2 looks to be so critical. With low speed corner, you just can't afford to be trying to hang it around the outside of that spot there on the road as these guys work their way in through turns 6 and 7. Once again, try and set up for this blast, which is what some would consider a shortish run down to the turn 8-9 chicane, but even these cars, it sort of feels like it's a decent setup opportunity. Then again, you still obviously have turn 10, the Pingle, and the back straightaway you got to worry about, so you don't want to get too aggressive. And speaking of aggressive, yeah, watch for Cam Dance. He might just be blowing past the racing line here at the hairpin this time by. Certain iRacing slowdown for that car there. So
there he goes. Gives it up. But he is still well in the slipstream here of Robert Henry and Henry King, who switch places, but Dance has to still clear it. He's weaving on the straight to try and clear that slowdown. This has not worked out for him. He was leading at the end of lap 1, and now he's effectively at the back of the field. Troy Allen is 5.6 seconds behind him. You see him just as a dot in the distance there. So really, it is for 5th on forward. Oh my God, Henry King into the wall.
Holy smokes, and Cam Dance,
wow.
Car stalls out on him a couple of times, trying to refire. I think he's actually going to go straight to the pit lane. In fact, not even going to think about that one there.
Oh, and, wow.
That kind of ruins my chances at seeing 3 winners from 3 races, because it's going to take Robert Henry either overcoming the top 2 or more shenanigans this time between Ewan Baker and Bo Albert to mix things up. But, well, there you go. A quick apology on the radio instantly from Henry King as we're going to go to the virtual replay and just see. It's in, and then it's in a bit too much.
Yeah, and then only the left front was on the ground there. The rear just swung around way too much, and from that point on, King was just a passenger, and Dance had absolutely no time to react. That's a proper T-bone there between our 2 long-time Oz NZ sim racing community stalwarts. Well, now the race is once again between Bo Albert and Ewan Baker. And Robert Henry is trailing in the background, still looming, trying his best to gain some time here and help out his teammate, who goes very aggressively into the hairpin, made up a little more time on Albert, and they take as much of the track as they are allowed to out of the hairpin. This is hopefully going to be a proper race between these two. We've had a lot of battles ruined because of slowdowns and contact and what have you. Let's just have a proper good race for the lead here in this final half of the race.
Yeah, it is. It's boiling down to a two-way fight because, yep, slow down for Robert Henry out of the 8-9 chicane, costing him a lot of time in the process. Ooh, there's a wobble through the World Champions as well to boot. But let's worry about the race here between Albert and Baker. To the inside will go Ewan Baker. But we've seen here, if you can't get the job done through turn 1, the driver on the inside of turn 2, 9 times out of 10, has it all sorted. As Albert, slams on the anchors. He nearly runs it in too deep. And in saying that, Ewan Baker still gets the nose to the inside on the exit of turn number 2. And Bo's not even going to fight that one. He's going to tuck back in line and allow Baker to have the lead through the middle part of this lap here. Set up for another run down the back straightaway.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to the slipstream, isn't it? Albert is well aware of that. This half of the circuit where you're constantly braking and turning is, well, that's a mistake from Baker. He ran a bit too deep into the first part of the chicane. It seems he gathers it up, though. Regardless, if you're going to try and set up for the next straight, if you got a driver alongside you, you might as well let them go, as Albert did, because the advantage you get from the slipstream will absolutely secure it for you. Good clean run for both of them across those curbs. And now we wait to see if Albert will get another aggressive run here down the back, I keep saying front and back straightaway. This isn't ovals, darn it.
Oh, this is close enough. I'll call this one the back straight. It's the main straight on the circuit. It's also the last one on the circuit. Yes, there's a chicane leading us straight into the front straight, but pish posh. I'm not here to play semantics tonight anyways.
It's all words in the end.
Exactly, yes. That's the spirit.
And what are words if not vocalizations over car racing, as that was not the greatest run out of the chicane for Ewan Baker. Just glanced off the wall, it seems, or maybe a little brush, if that. Didn't seem to affect his pace all that much.
No, got away with that one. They were going to have a look at it zoomed in on the slow-mo thanks to Virtual Racing School. And yep, bobble that gets the front left off the ground, has to snatch the steering sideways as well. And yeah, it was the wing mirror at most. That would explain why. Unfortunately, the DRS board kind of covering up the evidence. But given I could see a slight air gap between the actual door panel on Baker's car and the outside wall there, stands to reason that was about as much as you'd probably want to give to the World Champions without hurting things too badly there.
Well, Albert's getting racy, and Baker definitely knows it. He's probably going to stay middle of the road here. Albert almost had an opportunity to go to the inside, but this chicane here is not always the best passing zone. Oh, Baker once again struggling a bit with the car coming back down onto the road after taking those bumps.
Yeah, it is a car that obviously, well, road car suspension. There's only so much you can throw at it before it might complain there as we watch these drivers trying to, it feels like a case of Baker really trying to throw it in deep on the way into the corner, whereas Albert trying to maximize corner exit where possible to ensure the best run. In the end, it kind of ends up feeling like a bit of a dead heat as they work their way down the back straight here, the casino straight away. But on my end, watching Albert come back into frame relative to Ewan Baker, but not close enough. So he'll size him up, line up once again.
That's
I guess it's also very important. I guess all this game of figuring out, well, how close do I have to be if it comes down to a drag race off the final chicane, or what? Because clearly we've seen going side by side through said chicane, very risky for one car, if not both. So you either get the job done beforehand, or you set it all up to be about that final chicane if you can force the leading driver to be a little bit overzealous with the defense and compromise the run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's all tactics at Montreal with the way the corners of this track are arranged, and I think also the way that this track drives in slower cars like the GR86. You have a lot of time to think. You spend a lot of time in the corners compared to, say, you know, the V8s or the flat sixes. So you have a lot of time to plan your maneuvers, and you can experiment a little bit with your lines as well. That was quite a bit of curb there from Bo Albert, but doesn't seem to have netted him a slowdown. He's absolutely nailed that. And again, it's a great run out of the corner. I think he's demonstrated that he has what it takes here to take the lead, but you know, he's just hanging back. He's just moving around in Ewan Baker's mirrors, trying to psych him out here. They're only going to have 2 laps to go when they get to the line, but that's still plenty of time for Albert to plan a move. And having said that, it's also plenty of time for Ewan Baker to plan a defense.
Yeah, time is something that, well, I don't have huge amounts of left, but at the same time also pretty comfortable. As here comes Albert closing. No, he won't go for it once again. Gets back in line through the final chicane. But there we go, setting up, sizing up, and we'll just opt to bump into the back of Baker to the line here once again. But clear that Albert's got the line, which gives the best possible run out of that final chicane. Just got to wait and see it used, but I get the feeling at the same time, Albert not willing to show his hand as to how much that line compared to Ewan Baker's is worth and whether it's enough. He'll happily run into the back of Baker's car for the time being, since it doesn't seem to be hurting him too much. Neither Baker's in this current phase of the race, as inside the 2 laps to go. And, well, there's very much a race between these two. The slipstream advantage, it seems that, and also just the general pace consistency of these 2 drivers. Checking out from Robert Henry, a tune of almost a second. Actually, pardon me, last lap around for Robert Henry is a bit rough, at 156.6 versus a 54.3 for both of your top 2.
Yeah, lovely and close between Ewan Baker and Bo Albert. This is the battle that we've been waiting for all night. We got a bit of it at the start of race 1, but through shenanigans, through slowdowns, through contact, we weren't able to get it for the majority of the night. And now, in the dying moments of race 3, we finally have this head-to-head battle between the 2 guys who have shown that they are the class of the field in this series, on 1 lap pace at least. So Albert, he's thinking, he's calculating, isn't he? He isn't putting all that much effort into focusing at the moment. He's got plenty of time down this straight to have a chill, have a laugh, and then get both hands back on the wheel for the run into the final chicane. And he had to hold back a little bit, didn't he? Oh, yeah, there we go.
It's given Ewan Baker a slowdown penalty, Reese. Getting that close has forced the error, and now he might, if he pays attention to what Ewan Baker does here into turns 1 and 2, surely he'll realise Baker's super slow, and in fact, Albert's forced into all kinds of a whack line because Baker's trying to clear this slowdown through 1 and 2 with all kinds of gamesmanship, and in fact, slowdown not cleared. Oh, that's hurt, and unfortunately, I think that's going to have to be the white flag, not only raised by Barney at the stand, but Ewan Baker's going to have to fly that flag as well, as he's inside. Is he still inside 2 seconds? Yeah, 1.4. But I fear that will be just a wee bit too much now for Ewan Baker to reel back in, as these cars have got half a lap to go before they conclude their first round of their 2023 V8SCOPS Support Series campaign race.
He tried so hard to clear the slowdown while keeping Bo Albert behind him. You saw him, didn't you? He was parking on the apex to try and make Bo Albert make a mistake and slow down himself. But ultimately, it has come to naught. All it's going to take now is one mistake from Albert, and Baker will have a shot at retaking the lead here. But considering the gap that Albert has, I mean, it's gone down by a tenth or so, 2/10 in fact. 1.2 is the gap coming down the back stretch, but Ewan Baker still too far behind to have a whisper of making a move. It's all going to come down to these final 2 curbs and how well Bo Albert can ride them. On the brakes he goes into the final couple of corners. And well, not quite the story of 2-litre Tourers last night, but it's going to be 2 from 3 for Bo Albert in terms of wins. Win number duo for the long-time competitor and very quick man in the GR86 Cup car. But Ewan Baker gave him one heck of a race.
He sure did. At the same time, I'm sure he was thinking he was playing some games there, but just the strength of the slipstream for these cars, unless there was an incident, which we did see a couple of, very hard to break away around a track like this with all the straights in particular. So let's walk you through the results. And unfortunately for this one, Reese, only 5 cars making it to the line on the lead lap there, with your podium rounded out by Robert Henry there in the number 7. Scott KSR entry, then Troy Ellen in 4th place, unable to make the inroads thanks to that starting malfunction, I guess we could call it that. And then Lindsay Hobbs with the technical issues there, unfortunately for him, rounds out that race in 5th place, 1 minute and 11 seconds off the race lead. Henry King, I actually believe, might have finished that one there. Pardon me, he, gotta see if I can find him. No, apologies. He didn't quite make the end of the race there. Unfortunately, chose to retire it at the 7-lap mark, and Cam Dance did not come back out at all after we saw him take his GR86 into the pit lane. And, well, I think it's time for us to take a short break here in the comms box, Reese, because we've still got ourselves 2 more sport categories and a total of 5 races to bring to you tonight here from the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. It's round 1. The V8SCOPS Support Series 2023 here on SimSpeed TV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing is available now. Download your copy today.
This is fantastic. This is GT Racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive!
This is it!
This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Well, you're watching SimSpeed TV. V8SCOPS supports for 2023. First round from the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. And, well, that is quite a quick-looking Mercedes AMG there, because it is time for the second category we're racing tonight. It is the Grand Tour, another brand new category added to V8SCOPS supports this year. We're racing GT4 machinery. So the McLaren 570S GT4, along with the Aston Martin Vantage, Mercedes AMG, and BMW M4. This is a good mix of cars, and pretty good field as well. Coming on to the second race of the night, we're going to up the pace here and potentially up the action as well. It's going to be another triple sprint format here, 3 races of 9 laps each, and to bring it to you all live once again, I'm Reese Gardner with Dan Yeaman in the comms box and Jay Kennedy on production. Well, Dan, let's see how these GT4s handle Montreal. Things are looking good here. Been looking forward to this category for some time.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction there, Reese, to the Grand Tour here this evening. And looking forward to seeing what one of our other new categories for this year can bring to us. A healthy looking grid for this one, I dare say, well, compared to what we had in the flat fours. Nothing on those guys, but 16 cars on track here for the Grand Tour versus the 7 we had for the flat four. Certainly looks a little bit more impressive and a little bit more potential in this one here, as we've got ourselves a whole host of cars, although certainly a lot of Mercedes AMG GT4s, at least up towards the pointy end of the timing charts, is what I should point out there in that respects. Looking like one of the comfortable and favourite picks here. There is the McLaren 570S of Matthew Pluck, currently sitting 4th on the charts to break up the front-engined dominance, which is, not broken again until you get to the other 2 KSR, or apologies, only 1 KSR McLaren, but in front of that, there's one of the Orbit Motorsport McLarens of Taylor Oakes, followed by Robert Northway in the 46 machine there. So that's, to give you an idea, it's Mercedes in the top 3 plus 5th, 2 Aston Martins 6 and 7, and then one of the few BMW M4 GT4s in P8 in the hands of Dan Stevens. Unfortunately, he wasn't so convinced he'd made the right car choice when we had a chance to apparently get the word from him before we went live here with the Grand Tour race.
Yeah, the BMW M4, I believe, was the first GT4 car added to the iRacing service, and especially since the newer cars have been introduced, people have been moving away from it a little bit. It does have some interesting handling characteristics, and you can even see it just from looking at it from the outside. It definitely seems to have things like a higher center of gravity and a narrower wheelbase than some of the other cars in this category. So it takes some effort to sling it around a racetrack, but Dan Stevens is trying his best here in the dying minutes of practice to do something about that. The Aston Martin, I'm not too sure who that was, but a spin on the exit. This is another of those categories that allows electronic driver aids, ABS and traction control on these cars. You can see just how difficult it is for Stevens to get the power down. It seems that a lot of people are having trouble with the rear end here.
Yeah, it is. Despite the fact it has driver aids, all these cars in this class do, you can still overdrive with respect to the aids, or you could just choose to turn them right down, or even maybe, if you're a bit crazy, off, and see if you can handle them without the aids. I mean, in saying that, these cars were designed in terms of the way they'll put their power down, the way they'll handle, that you're going to have the aids on in some fashion whilst you're out there on track. So turning them off is certainly risky in a couple of regards. That's a little wide there at the World Champions for Dan Stevens. That will see him there as we get no word from race control, Henry King, that we are going to advance the session in a minute's time to get qualifying underway now that we've got the broadcast going live here tonight. So that'll be I mean, that we don't have to worry or look here too much more at the practice times. We can get into that open qualifying session for these drivers. They'll have the 10 minutes to set their best timer on the field. Should be interesting to see because, of course, race open qual sessions means at a track like this, you're going to want to find someone you can get a nice tow off of, and no one's probably going to be wanting to go first when they get to start their first, well, go start their qualifying laps.
Yeah, that's the big difficulty that these drivers will have, and it's only a 10-minute session, remember. Once again, because of this triple race format, we are running heats in the server, so again, it's going to be a hard cut at the end of the qualifying session. So if you're messing around a bit too much on your initial out lap, you will lose an opportunity to properly get a lap time in. And we saw just how difficult it was to cope with slowdowns and off tracks in the flat fours. It's going to be even more of an issue here in the Grand Tour because these cars are a lot quicker and just as difficult to drive at the limit as the GR86 Cup car is.
All right, time ticks on down, and actually going to have one more driver join the party to make it 17 GT4s here with qualifying about to start any moment now for the session here. Shane Best joining us, actually making it 4 BMW M4 GT4s on the grid for this one tonight, which means it's the Aston Martin, which is the least popular of the cars that have made it into the server. There are only 3 of those tonight, Reese, but well, some might, I would argue it's a little surprising, but 0 Porsche Cayman GT4s making their appearance here tonight in the Grand Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. The Cayman was also one of the oldest GT4 cars on the service, along with the BMW, and it's fallen out of favor a bit among the general driving public on iRacing. Again, it's one of those cars that's quite difficult to drive at the limit. It seems that the roost is ruled largely by those front-engine rear-wheel drive machines. We do have a couple of mid-engine rear-wheel drive McLarens in the field as well. So let's see how well they do in comparison. Well, drivers are out now on their out laps, and the no escape rule is in effect. That's not going to work in Lachlan Cable's favour because he has just put it in the grass through the first chicane. Looked like maybe at the very least a brush of the tyre barrier there.
Oh yeah, there's a good point to make there. Yep, he's kissed the barrier with the front right corner of the car. So you'll finally get going once again. And yeah, the reason he ended up in the grass, he decided to also graze the grass on the way into the corner under brakes. And lo and behold, that you brake with the wheels in the grass, it'll go around. That's what you hear on the Virtual Racing Story, but it is half a tyre at most. And that's all it takes.
Yeah, just a little bit of rubber off the racetrack, and you are in the wars, I should say. Well, this bright green machine is instantly recognizable now on SimSpeed TV. It's driven by Kobe Williams of Eclipse Sim Sports, car 994. And he topped the practice session, ran 2/10 quicker than anyone else. Let's see what he can do here around the circuit. Gilles Villeneuve. GT4 lap times run round about 1:42 on average. Nice and gentle on the brakes into the first corner. Catches the curb very nicely, slowing it down for turn 2. Nice and tight line. Control the oversteer on the exit. And it's looking like a clean lap for the first couple of corners at least, but how will he fare through these chicanes? He's pushing very hard, a little bit of oversteer on the exit, but that helps to rotate the car into this section. Flat out, I believe, in GT4 machinery, that right-hander. Get on the brakes nicely for this chicane and be nice and aggressive over the curbs. Got to keep it straight here You can't turn too much, and that curb can be very harsh on the inside. But so far, Dan, it looks like Kobe Williams has got a nice, clean first lap underway.
So far, so good. It will be down to seeing how tackles things like the curbs. Of course, you can get away with a little bit of pushing the limits in practice, but we can't get, well, you won't be allowed to get away with that here in this qualifying session. As down into their Pingle he comes for the first time on a flyer. Gets that car pulled up nicely, apexing through the middle of the corner and running it out nice and wide as well. So really trying to open the steering and let the car flow on its way out of the hairpin on that run. And then set up after you take a bit of a breather here. Get up to a nice bit of speed in these GT4 cars, looking at 235, 240 almost, not quite, in the Mercedes here at least. And then through the wall of champions. Nice and composed there, and yeah, not even really pushing the limits, I'd argue, as he chooses to keep that one away from the wall. First flying lap, completely in clean air. It's going to be a 141.537, so half second off his practice time. But there's your benchmark for the field to go catch as one of the Aston Martins in the Jinx shifters. Now, will that be Brett? No, that won't be Brett Loxton. Will that have been Aaron Gilbert in that case in the 203 machine, Reese? That was a little bit of a hop, but it was still valid. So at least he gets that time on the board there.
Yeah, indeed. Not too bad there from Aaron Gilbert, who's very nifty in the V8s category. Reigning champion and winner of both races last night to start off the season. Alpha Venturi has Linton Wills representing them here in another Mercedes, which definitely looks to be the car of choice for drivers up at the front of the field. But Linton is not going to complete this lap. He's only going to get one more opportunity to get proper time on the board there. He's one of 6 drivers that have not set times in this session so far. One of the very few McLarens in this field, driven by Taylor Oakes. He's gone well enough for P5 so far in the Orbit Motorsport machine. Let's see what he can do from here. Joined by another McLaren, Matthew Pluck, who's part of the Kiwi Sim Racing crew. On board here with Taylor Oakes in the real world at least, running a hyperstimulator rig, much like Cameron Dance does, and looking all around at the moment to make sure that he doesn't hit those walls in this very racy looking car. Dan, we usually see this McLaren in as a safety car in your AOG events, but this is the first time in a while I've seen a McLaren at speed.
Yeah, well, I mean, fun fact, the reason we picked the McLaren is because we don't see it very often as a safety car either. I mean, of course, V8SCOPS for the longest time deploying a Porsche Cayman GT4 as the safety car of choice for that series, which included the support categories up until this year. We've actually reverted back to the legacy, well, now legacy, Porsche 911 Cup in its 991 specification. As unfortunately, Taylor Oakes has got a bit too happy and a bit too loose through the World Champions. It takes his lap out of contention. Also going to invalidate Robert Northway's lap, and he's going to try and, pardon me, Matthew Pluck's lap, apologies there to the 51 of Pluck. He'll actually limp that car backwards and then into the pit lane so we can reset. And at least, ooh, actually, that's going to be, well, it's going to be close. If he can get to his pit box and reset now, he'll have maybe 10 seconds if he's lucky. But he's not going to be allowed to do a slow out lap if he wants to put another time on the board and actually make that a time on the board at all, because he doesn't have one yet in the first place.
Yeah, going to be difficult. So might not see a time out of either, or we might not see another time out of Taylor Oakes or the Kiwi Sim Racing car of Matthew Pluck, who's just made it back out onto the racetrack. Focusing then in on this McLaren coming down the back stretch, the third McLaren, Lindsay Hobbs, has decided to jump out of the GR86 and into this 570S. And he hasn't set a time yet, but he'll commit to the end of this lap, try and ride the curbs as best he can. Very difficult car to drive with its mid-engined attitude. Let's see what the time is then for Hobbs. Across the line, there is no time, but he will be able to get one more lap in before the session ends.
All right. Eyes here on Matthew Pluck. I heard a couple Oh, no, we're being told, and I can see it for myself, an iRacing black flag, which can only be because you've either sped on pit exit or cut the pit exit there. That now will eliminate any chance of Matthew Pluck being able to get one more lap, or get a lap on the board. So that is going to be a more or less back of the grid start here tonight in race number 1 for the number 51 machine. Is on board with Lachlan Capel will go in the number 18 Drop Air Motorsport Mercedes GT4. That looked a little dicey through turn 1 there, but bit of over rotation through that corner certainly isn't the worst thing in the world, race, because it means you can get the car to snatch back for turn number 2. And on my end, I don't know if I'm seeing things wrong or if he's actually not gone back into the pits since his initial outlap, because it looks like to me front right corner is still sporting the light damage that he received from clipping the wall down there on his outlap at the turn 3 chicane.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably a smart move there from Lachlan Capel. He obviously drove it around and figured, you know, the damage is minor enough that it's not actually going to affect his lap times. So he's decided to stay out, keep the tyres up to temp. But it looks like driver behind, Bo Albert, who just came away with that double victory in the GR86s. Definitely showing that he's got a lot of pace in the Mercedes GT4 as well. They're coming up on a third Mercedes here. That's Sean Linsell in the ERT number 554. Albert's got a nice slipstream here on Lachlan Capel. Will he be able to take advantage down this straight here and try and improve on what is currently P4? 45 seconds remain in the session. They ride the curbs very nicely. Capel's lap here. This is going to set the stage as they come across the line. 141.512 for Capel, and it's a 141.713 for Bo Albert. But Kobe Williams, while we were looking at all that, has improved further and gone 1 minute 41.092. So no one can get close to him at this stage. Brett Loxton as well improving. That is the fastest Aston out of everyone there, up to P5 in the dying seconds of the session. Ewan Baker able to put it into, it looks like 9th place as the session comes to a close. And we can finally go through the grid for the first ever race of the Grand Tour in the V8SCOPS Support Series. Williams and Capel are your front row, with Bo Albert and Sean Linsell. That's an all-Mercedes top 4. Brett Loxton in the Aston Martin and Robert Northway in the McLaren take up the third row, with Taylor Oakes and Aaron Gilbert on row 4. Ewan Baker and Daniel Stevens in the BMW. That's the lead BMW there, I believe, with BJ O'Keefe and Lindsay Hobbs 11th and 12th. Then we've got Linton Wills, Shane Best and Danny Vassell, the last drivers to set qualifying times. Matthew Pluck and Thomas Riley were not able to get times on the board in that session. So now we wait as we go over the format here, Dan. Once again, it's exactly the same as the flat fours.
Yep, 9 laps apiece, which means that, well, if we do have a safety car, we might go time certain, but at the same time, we might be able to still get those laps in, given the pace these cars do their laps around Montreal. Reverse the grid entirely for race 2, and then progress from there for race number 3. So that's going to mean, will we see a little bit more diciness, because we're yet to see a race 1 winner now in 2 out of the 3 categories that have run this triple sprint format this weekend. Win race 1 and then be able to avoid some form of chaos in race 2. So will Kobe Williams complete the set and make it 3? Well, I presume it will be Kobe Williams. Clearly has the pace in that car compared to everyone else, it would seem. So I'd put my money on him to win race 1 here, presuming a good start. Now, also a thing for these cars, most of them don't, a couple of these cars don't have a clutch. So drivers are going to have to make sure they've practiced their standing stance in a GT4 car. That's not particularly common on the iRacing service as well.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be an interesting way to see how these cars get off a standing start as the revs rise. And we get ready for the first race here of the Grand Tour, and wow, all the traction control really working it through. Look at that start from Robert Northway in the McLaren. That's fantastic. He's all 3 wide. Take it easy, boys. Lachlan Capel will maintain that, and Northway's great start comes to an ignominious end. He's bumped wide and into a spin, as this is a pretty chaotic start here. Kobe Williams leads by a second over Lachlan Capel and Bo Albert. Then we've got Linsell, Loxton, Stevens, Hobbs, Pluck, Oakes and O'Keefe, your top 10, and they're still racing hard through the chicanes.
Well, you bet they are here to get this race underway and try and get some kind of a rhythm on the road. And once again, your race 1 pole sitter decides that, yeah, checking out right from the get-go is the name of the game. So we focus. Oh, Thomas Riley's gone around further on back in the pack. The 888 car. It's also blocked up another one. Shane Best has arrived on. Actually, hang on a second. Shane Best and Thomas Riley are both backwards on the track at turn 7 here. So a little bit of drama there for those 2 drivers. We'll have to I'll try and piece together what's happened to them whilst the broadcast picks up your leading drivers here, Reese, because, yeah, that's a little interesting there.
Yeah, it is. Well, plenty of chaos already.
It makes for an interesting watch. Unfortunately, a pair of self-spins, but some impressive synchronicity there between the 2 of them. I'll say that much. And if Jay wishes to go back and have a look at it, I guess he's more than welcome to. And he'll probably want to pick up Shane Best as the first car that went around.
Indeed. Well, we'll see what we can do about that. But for the time being, Kobe Williams leads across the line. It is an all-Mercedes top 4 still. Looks to me like pretty fantastic run from Brett Loxton in the Aston, who maintains 5th place, but this is quite the fight here behind Lindsay Hobbs and Daniel Stevens in the MFR BMW. He's got Matthew Pluck right there with him, and we will go to our first replay of the races. There's no move there. So Northway absolutely nailed the start in the McLaren, but then it was side by side there with Albert, and unfortunately that resulted in a bit of contact, sent him around, and one of his sister McLarens brushed him there. And then we see what happened to Shane Best, and then unfortunately the 888 of Thomas Riley. That was some good synchronicity between them.
Yeah, the angle didn't quite catch it because we still see Riley come in already sideways, but yeah. Oh, back to live pictures. Dan Stevens has gone for a bit of a lawn mowing operation through the 8-9 chicane there. Didn't know that we were converting those BMWs into lawn mowers, but there we are. Add Jim's mowing to the MFR car there.
They've got enough blades on the front.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. As we've got also Stevens providing us with the Zoom footage tonight. As side by side, that's Northway, and was that? Oh, careful there, Lindsay Wills in the 842 Alpha Venturi Mercedes there, duking it out off Lepingle and coming down the Casino Straight. Now, either that Mercedes a little better in a straight line, but also at the same time, I think a better run, getting a straighter exit to help him there, will almost clear him by the braking zone for the War Champs, but he's in narrow. Oh boy, that's going to check him up pretty hard. And Northway also checks up to try and get the run off the chicane, and that bottles up Aaron Gilbert in behind there in the 203 Jinx Shifters, Aston Martin as well. So, and Will's in the grass for a moment before the braking zone at turn 1. Northway will take the place though as they get through turn 2 and move on. And they're also negotiating. Who are they negotiating with? That's Brett O'Keefe in the number 22 BMW, who's had a bit of a slow run through turns 1 and 2.
Gives them plenty of room though.
Checked him all up a little bit, but yes, all nice and clean there.
Well, Aaron Gilbert is one of the cars that has been having a bit of trouble in this race. He started 8th and is 14th, with Robert Northway having just taken 12th place. He's trying to work his way back up to 6th. The 2 drivers that have really gotten a great run out of this are Lindsay Hobbs and Matthew Pluck. The 2 of them there starting 12th and 16th respectively, as that's news of a slowdown for Bo Albert, he has lost out quite a bit. That is a position down there, and he is now facing off against Brett Loxton in the Aston Martin. But the Mercedes stranglehold on the front of this field shows no signs of letting up. Kobe Williams by 1.7, 1.8 seconds almost over Lachlan Cable right now. So plenty of battles going on throughout this field to start things off. See what got Albert this slowdown. It seems that
on the way
what
in,
triggered it there. Yep, on the way in, too much curve. So have a look at this battle. There's 3 McLarens leading this one up. Pluck, Hobbs, and Oaks, and then we've got Ewan Baker in the KSR Aston Martin up behind them. Daniel Stevens not too far off this either, so if any of these drivers come together, he's going to have a good chance at getting some places back. Oh, well, he's gotten one. That was Ewan Baker running wide coming into turn 2. Perhaps he got a slowdown coming out of the final chicane. He did.
He sure did, Reese. And, well, better to just get it cleared as soon as you can. But once again, old Lindsay Hobbs with a slowdown as well.
No.
Now, he's picked it up through turns 1 and 2, or 3 and 4, actually. So he's going to keep bleeding it. Still not done in the 27, because all these corners, you can't get through them because they'll just count as a time not served. And he's still got the black flag. Got to hurry it up, Lindsay. You've only got 30 seconds max.
Running out of
There we
time.
go. There we go. It does clear in time. But he pushed that a fair way. I was getting a little worried. But it now gives Dan Stevens the slipstream to catch this group of cars. Now well and proper as they work their way down to Lepingle once again. There's your leaders on the other side of the hairpin. I believe. No apologies. That's 3, 4, 5 making their way out of the hairpin there, considering the gaps to the leaders and what not. Now, let's see if that BMW can do on a tow here, Reese, because as you were pointing out at the start, it's the tallest. It's one of the biggest cars in the class. In fact, it kind of looks like it's a bit of a joke relative to the McLaren in front of it, height-wise. I guess that's what you get when you take a BMW 3 Series sedan and then smush the doors a bit and call it a 4 Series coupe.
Meanwhile, Bo Albert has gotten a gap there on Loxton, is starting to put the pressure on Linsell. Beautiful to see these cars racing at speed. I've always been interested in GT4 racing. Oh, goodness, that was some good racing there between Linton Wills and Aaron Gilbert. Gilbert trying to make his way past as he tries to work his way back forward. Wills in the very position he started in, lucky 13th. Let's see what Linsell and Albert can do. These cars somewhat related to their GT3 brethren, but there's plenty of differences, mainly in how related they are to the road cars. GT3s are, purpose-built racing machines, but these GT4s, they have much more of a close relation to the road-going versions of their models, and that means that they're a little bit more difficult to drive there, as Albert gets the move done beautifully on Linsell coming into the hairpin.
Yeah, very strong run off of turn 8-9 chicane, and it says, I'll have that, thank you very much, and then some. And despite that, despite the slipstream, I should say, off of the hairpin there, Linsell not able to close back up in a straight line, as we're going to go to another virtual racing school replay. This time, so Aaron Gilbert there on the right of screen, Linton Wills left and out, bit too deep, and looks like Linton Wills also opting to sign up as a franchisee for Jim's Mowing there. The 8-9 chicane clearly demanding some attention from the drivers here tonight as we go back to live pitches and take another look here at Dan Stevens. Still trying to find a way past now Lindsay Hobbs in that Excalibur Esports McLaren in front of him. They're not quite there just yet, and he's also got Ewan Baker trying to claw back some ground there in the KSR Aston Martin. So we'll get to see a bit of, variety here in terms of a 3-car scrap if Baker can close that gap down here in the next lap or so.
Yeah, some good fighting going on here. We've got 3 cars of 3 brands in this fight. And have a look at how deep that MFR number 3 goes into the chicane. Some very nice driving there from Daniel Stevens to get right onto the back of the McLaren of Lindsay Hobbs. He's sitting a little bit higher in the car as well, so he has a bit more of a view of the racetrack ahead of him. But Hobbs is keeping it nice and clean there in the number 27. Tiny bit of oversteer on the exit. But he'll be looking over his shoulder constantly here, watching Stevens creep ever closer. And, oh, that's a bit too close. Oh, he got so close to cleaning up the rear of that McLaren, but very deep under brakes there for Stevens. That's actually worked to his benefit there. He's got a nice slipstream coming down the casino straight away.
Very close, but thankfully not too close. As they work a bit. That's a good toe there in behind. Stevens will pull out, but not close enough to get the move done at the World Champions. We'll have to get back in line and try once again with another run into another of these braking zones. Didn't quite get back in line in time there to actually make the most of a run potentially to turn one, but it's also one of those ones where you really have to sort of have the driver ahead make a mistake to make a turn one and move fairly effective. As we see them work their way back out to turn three once again, and Ewan Baker closing in. Going to need to be just a little bit closer still though to practice a proper three-car fight race.
Yeah, Lindsay Hobbs holding on in front of Stevens. Lachlan Capel, meanwhile, looks like he's had a spin there from second place, and Bo Albert has managed to nab second position there. So Kobe Williams' advantage just continues, and well, that's a shame there for Lachlan Capel. This is a very odd spin here. Just caught the concrete on the outside.
Yeah. I am familiar with that one. It's a bit of a weird one. It should be concrete out there, but it behaves like grass if you get all the way out to the edge of the exit curbing there at turn number 7. And as a result, can easily pick up a tyre and send the car around there. What it does mean is that Kobe Williams has a 7.2 second margin. So once again, race leader checking out easy as you like here in these opening races. And in fact, she was slower than Lachlan Capel last lap around by a 10th, but has the best lap of the race by a 10th of a second as well, doing a 1:41.1 in clean air in race conditions has Kobe Williams. So that talks a bit there as we just had a nice little static shot there for a moment, but Dan Stevens I'm seeing coming under attack from Ewan Baker. We also see here Lachlan Capel trying to put the attack back on Bo Albert, get that second place as we go side by side through turn 1. Baker's there, but he surely won't be able to hang around the outside. No, Stevens with the tighter inside line will make that move work through, well, hold on to that spot, I should say, through turn 2 there, Reese.
Yeah, a disadvantage that drivers like Baker will be dealing with is the Aston Martin's gear ratios. Just like their GT3 brethren, GT4 gear ratios are fixed. You cannot change them. And oh no, Kobe Williams, our leader, has spun. Okay, I'll leave that point for later because that has changed
Baker
the
around
face
too.
of this race. Oh, Ewan Baker around as well. And that's coming into that chicane. It's all gone wrong here in the last few laps of this race.
And has he done exactly the same as Lachlan Capel? He has.
Oh, yeah, he has. Oh, the cars do not like that curb.
It is a mysteriously icy curb patch, which you learn about if you push the limits too much. Unfortunately for Ewan Baker, he's just too hot into the turn 6 part of the chicane there, and around he goes. Thankfully, he doesn't clip anyone else and gets off the road before anyone else shows up. So this is now your fight for the lead. Bo Albert versus Lachlan Capel here with Sean Lindsell now eyeing up a podium place here in race number 1 of 3 for the Grand Tour tonight.
Wowee, that is pretty massive. Black flag, meanwhile, we're hearing for...
White flag.
White flag, sorry. Misheard, Director Jay Kennedy. It is the final lap, and we are on for an absolute photo finish here in the first round of the Grand Tour. Albert a little narrower into turn 2, but Capel right on the back of him. The only reason Capel lost that position to Albert in the first place was because he spun. He is the better driver on pace. So for the first time tonight, Bo Albert is facing a proper challenge from the driver behind for a race victory here. Will he go defensive? No, he won't. He doesn't have to. But he goes a bit slower into the chicane. Capel goes a bit too deep, bumps him. So that's going to be a disadvantage for him. They both stay well away from that red concrete that has spun a few drivers so far tonight. It's all going to come down to the slipstream on the final straight here. Capel once again so deep into the chicanes. It's amazing how he pulls it up. Albert right up against the wall. What's going to happen at the hairpin?
Indeed. Sure, this is about making sure you get the best exit possible. Who gets the preferred apex? I would suggest that might be advantage Albert. Time being 0.3 of a second. Actually, no, there you go. Look at that. Blows up from 0.3 on the way through the chicane, or hairpin. 0.4 on the exit. Capel gaining back down the casino straightaway for the final time in race number 1, but I don't think he's close enough here, Reese. It's going to come down to the World Champions here, and if someone overcommits, I think Albert nice. Yeah, Albert nice and steady on the brakes. He makes sure there is zero fault with his run through that curbing there. He will pick himself up another race win here tonight, and it's by the skin of his teeth, unlike in the flat fours. But yeah, that one there deserved a good old headlight flash in terms of respect. Kobe Williams will recover, but only to P7 in this first race here. That will put him mid-pack, though, for the full field invert. We'll see in a moment with race number 2.
Yep, he won't have as much of a disadvantage as he would if he had won. So, wow, what a first race there for the Grand Tour. As people come across the line, that's one of the Jinx shifters, Aston, serving a slowdown right at the very end. Looks to me like it was Aaron Gilbert. Yeah, unfortunate for him. And Ewan Baker coming across the line to finish in 13th. So, there's your top 10 results. Albert, Capel, Linsell, Loxton and Pluck are your top 5, with Taylor Oakes just managing to hold off Kobe Williams at the end. Lindsay Hobbs comes home 8th. Dan Stevens gets a nice top 9 there after starting 10th, and Robert Northway recovering back to 10th after that unfortunate coming together on the first lap.
Yes, unfortunate there indeed. Brett O'Keefe there, P11 ahead of Gilbert in 12th, and then Ewan Baker for 13th with Linton Wills and Tom Riley, our final drivers to finish the race on the lead lap there in 14th and 15th. And then unfortunately, Shane Best and Danny Vassell down in 16th and 17th, one lap off. So let's flip the grid once again, and it'll be Danny Vassell, the only car on the front row, well, the actual front row of the grid, I should say, but it puts on the outside for turn 1, as he'll have Shane Best to his inside for that run to the first corner, thanks to race control of Henry King being in that first grid spot here tonight. Tom Riley, Linton Wills, effectively your row number 2 for this one this evening. It'll be Ewan Baker and Aaron Gilbert on your third row. I'm just going to speed through this if you don't mind me, Risk, because we are running out of time for the grid timer. It will be then, Ewan Baker, Aaron Gilbert, Brett O'Keefe, Robert Northway on your fourth row, Dan Stevens and Lindsay Hobbs, your top 10. Kobe Williams, Taylor Oakes, 12. Matthew Pluck, Brett Loxton, Sean Linsell, Lachlan Cable, and Bo Albert on the 9th row by his lonesome. And indeed, the revs are back up. We get ready for race number 2 here at the Grand Tour. Oh, jump start for Shane Best. That's going to be a black flag.
And no start at all for Vassell. That's not good. That is not good. What happened to Danny Vassell there? The car did not go. Did he turn the engine on? You have to do that manually in SCOPS sessions. That has taken out Brett O'Keefe and Aaron Gilbert, among quite a few others. Lachlan Capel suffering heavy damage out of that. Well, it's going to be Shane Best who leads the way here on the first lap, but...
Oh, Kobe Williams around as well.
Oh, no, Kobe at the first chicane there. He's gotten back going, but, wow, Linton Wills suffering heavy damage from that as well. As I expected, Shane Best has got an iRacing black flag for jumping the start, so he is going to lose that lead. This is confusing already.
Oh, my word, yeah, 5 drivers with mechanical black flags. Aaron Gilbert, Thomas Riley, Brett O'Keefe, Linton Wills, and Danny Vassell. Those 2 cars are still parked. We absolutely are going to have to get the safety car deployed. And there it goes over the radio as your leaders exit the turn 8-9 chicane. We go to the caution. And, well, yeah, there's a lot to unpack from that start attempt of the race. And, yeah, still got 2 cars of Danny Vassell and Brett O'Keefe waiting permission to tow off the front straight. And also Thomas Riley, yeah, looking to get a tow as well in the down at turn 6.
Yeah, get this. 5 drivers have mechanical black flags. Aaron Gilbert, Thomas Riley, Brett O'Keefe, Linton Wills, and Danny Vassell. They all have cars that are too damaged to continue without coming into the pits and getting things prepared. There goes Shane Best to serve his iRacing black flag, and we get a replay of this start. Now this all happened because Danny Vassal just didn't go at all. Now, was the engine even running at the time? Manual ignition and starter is enabled in these sessions. Shane Best, of course, getting his black flag by jumping the start. Everyone goes and is like, oh no, BMW on the front isn't moving. There's so much space on the racetrack. That's what happens when too many cars are taking it up.
Yeah, all kinds of bedlam and pandemonium as they work their way, or try to work their way, I should say, through the front straightaway. As we do have Henry King aboard the safety car there, working his way around the turn 5 kink in the road. And yes, that would actually normally be a brand new sponsor for the safety cars this year, Reese Virginian Advanced Simulation, as they're unfortunately in the back race of 888 of Thomas Riley, also picking up a meatball for his troubles in the opening lap of race. And I'm actually hearing that they're going to try and get this one back under green as soon as we can. Cars have been cleared to tow back to the pit lane, so I suspect we might go green here at the end of lap number 2, but we'll yet to wait and see on that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do. That's going to be very interesting call there, but they got the cars off the track very quickly, so less laps under safety car, the better at this stage.
And confirmation from the race control team. We are going green at the end of the lap. And we're being heard. Yeah, look, completely dead stick in your pole sitter of Danny Vassal there. And it almost just fires for a moment there, but then just, unfortunately, all kinds of sideways as the field piles on in to that corner.
Well, coming on to lap 3 is when we're going to be getting the restart. And it's going to be led away by Ewan Baker, joined by his Kiwi Sim Racing stablemate of Robert Northway, Lindsay Hobbs just behind. That's a very interesting looking field for this restart. It is an Aston Martin that leads the way from 2 McLarens and a BMW in the top 4. The first Mercedes is Kobe Williams, who, despite spinning, still holds on to a position in the top 6. Let's see when Ewan Baker decides to go. He's got plenty of experience racing around this track so far tonight, but in cars that are much slower than these GT4 machines. Through the chicane they go, and he goes nice and early. Green flag flies and we are away again. Daniel Stevens didn't get the best restart here. Matthew Pluck will try and get past him here in turn 1, and Kobe Williams is right there with them as well. Williams has to hold back there, but sees the door open on the inside, and Stevens tries to fight Pluck. Williams not able to find a way through so far. A little bit of a wiggle on the exit. This could get ugly coming into the first chicane. Who yields? It's not going to be Matthew Pluck, and it's not going to be Daniel Stevens either. But Stevens sent wide, and Pluck spins ahead of Kobe Williams and off into the grass and the wall as the rest of the field make their way through. And it looks like already losing the lead there is Ewan Baker. Robert Northway leads the way.
Sean Linsell around.
Oh no. That's big there. And that's at the braking zone for the second chicane. As a successful defense, it seems, from Ewan Baker on Lindsay Hobbs. Hobbs not able to get around him coming into the third chicane of the lap.
That's another McLaren getting sideways off one of these chicanes here on this restart lap. Now, obviously, driver preference when it comes to things like traction control and such. But, well, that was a little moment there for, oh, pardon me, who would that have been there we looked at? That would have been Lindsay Hobbs having a moment off of the turn 8-9 chicane there, as we're looking here at Stevens, Albert and Oakes fighting over 5th place now. And Stevens covering from Bo Albert. Taylor Oakes wants a piece of the pie, but no slipstream available until just now, and Albert rolls back out of it on the outside there through the World Champions. He'll focus on the run out of the chicane down to turn 1. So we can pick off Dan Stevens there, but doesn't get as good of a run as I thought he might have by backing out to try and prioritise that exit there, Reese.
Yeah, I would have thought that he could just line it up out of the corner, but not able to do it that time. He won't have to work too hard, I think, though, because Daniel Stevens running wide into turns 1 and 2. Albert a lot better on the throttle. He's going to get that space around the outside. I'm going to retract that statement I just made. It's still going to be difficult for Albert here as Stevens defends the inside into the second chicane. Oaks, meanwhile, is under a lot of pressure from Shane Best, who, despite serving that penalty, thanks to the safety car, is still in the top 10. There goes Kobe Williams passing Lindsay Hobbs, and around the outside, easy. Keep the rear end in check. Baker. Oh, that causes big damage for both Williams and Hobbs. Williams is crabbing. That was a big incident there. Ewan Baker spinning out of the second chicane, and is it for the reason I think? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he got the curb. Lindsay Hobbs cuts the grass. We've also lost Taylor Oaks from the race, unfortunately, due to a dropout. Oh, Shane Best has gone around as well at the turn 8-9 chicane in the number 19.
This is chaos.
And so all of a sudden, the second green flag lap of racing here, and the meatball flag tally increases. In fact, more than half of the field has mechanical black flags. It is now only 4, 5, 6 drivers don't have mechanical blacks at this point of the race. That is unfortunately an absolute carnage report piling up here on track and in the pit lane as these drivers who have newly acquired black flags limp their cars back to the lane, such as Kobe Williams. Oh, Bo Albert and Dan Stevens get together in the World Champions, but they're going to be car contact only, although, one of the Jing Shifters cars around is Brett Loxton in the 209. And other drivers have to narrowly avoid him there through the final chicane. My word.
What is it about safety cars that just makes people forget how to drive? It's something that always mystifies me.
Primal instinct to take cheap positions? I wish I could tell you.
Yeah, but there is no answer, I think. But safety cars often breed safety cars. We know that to be true. Regardless, it seems there hasn't been a big enough incident or drivers requesting tows to force race control's hand there. Meanwhile, fighting continues here between the two Mercs. Lachlan Capel fighting with Brett Loxton, and this is for 6th place. Lachlan Capel and Brett Loxton, they were 9th and 10th coming into that lap there. So they have gained quite a bit from those big crashes that happened on the 4th lap here. Loxton not able to do anything here about Capel. Both of them carrying some form of damage, I think. Or am I right in assuming that there's no damage at all on Loxton's car?
I think Loxton's okay, just spun through the World Champions there, and the damage on Capel's car from making contact with the stricken Danny Vassell on lap 1 at the race start actually was one of the few drivers, in fact, one of the few drivers, apart from I think Shane Best was the other one who also opted to go down the lane to try and take some repairs. But in Capel's case, wasn't able to get his repairs done enough of his repairs done before the restart happened. Actually restarted the race 20 seconds off the train. As we check out here the fight for now 2nd place, which is 10 seconds behind your race leader. Once again, race leaders checking out off race starts, or in this case, race restarts. It's Robert Northway who has that advantage. As we focus here on Dan Stevens continuing to try and cover from Bo Albert. And I have to say, watching when we first picked up this fight between these two, Stevens clearly not got the pace, but he does know how to defend for the most part. The trouble is you've got to make sure you don't overcommit yourself. And there were a couple of times where it looked like he was just overdriving the car to protect the inside line, and that was allowing Albert to get massive gains whenever we're going through a corner into a sequence of corners, basically. As to the inside, though, off of turn 7, he will have the inside for the 8-9 chicane, and that is finally move made between those two, Reese.
Yep, finally. Matthew Pluck also brought his McLaren into the pits for damage repair, so that means that out of our 17 starters, there's only 6 still running. That is a ridiculous stat right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, there you go. I've just seen a slowdown on Dan Stevens' screen. Thankfully, in these cars, you can bleed them away a lot quicker thanks to the fact that they are a lot faster, because the slowdown penalties are based on average pace and therefore tell you to slow down a certain amount relative to your average pace. So the faster the car, the easier it is to bleed off the penalty and not lose as much time getting back up and going once again. But what it still will do is give Bo Albert now a bit of a nice cushion behind him as he works his way across the line. Lap 7 of 9 in this race. We should get all of them in here because we are only 12 minutes into this race clockwise, and we have 18 minutes afforded to this race. So we will get there on lap count. As further on back, Brett Loxton and Lachlan Cable have just exchanged places after a bit of a slide through the World Champion chicane. Didn't hit the wall, did Lachlan Cable, but lost the place thanks to the lack of momentum off that final corner there as we keep our eyes on Dan Stevens. Well, actually, we'll pick up that switch of place here on the VRS replay race.
Indeed we will. So Cable, way too much curb in the second half of the chicane, and recovering and also having to serve a slowdown that will let the jig shifters Aston Martin ride without much fuss on the start-finish straight. So here's our leader, Robert Northway, 9 seconds ahead of Bo Albert. But Albert is really catching him quite a bit in places. Of course, there's plenty to think about in how Bo Albert catches him here. There's only a couple of laps to go, but Northway is still carrying a tiny bit of damage. Albert's car, though, looks to be pretty spotless, considering all the drama that it's been through so far in just 7 laps of this race. And you see that the gap is gradually coming down there, 8.6 coming into the final corner. Meanwhile, looks like Capel and Loxton
still going at it.
Yeah, still not done here. Loxton was ahead of Capel when they crossed the line last, and he's going to try it again, but Capel late on the brakes coming into the final chicane. Loxton definitely keeping it nice and stable there. Is this going to be a move into turn 1 to start the penultimate lap for these two? Capel cannot defend from that point, but Loxton not quite as brave on the brakes, it seems.
Yeah, got the move done at the hairpin, the pingle on that previous lap. We'll actually get it here as I speak of it on the VRS replay, and a pretty straightforward move up the inside space given plenty by Loxton to ensure no further complications arose. Yeah, you can see it actually pushes the limits on the way out of turn number 4 there. But these two now look to be our remaining chance at a scrap here, with just over a lap and a half to go for these two in particular as they work off of the turn. Oh, in the dirt there for Capel on the exit of turn 7.
Gently does it.
Does stay off the wall away from spinning it, but yeah, that will give Loxton a bit of a chance to get back in after being a little hot through the first part of the chicane at turn 6, causing him to drop back a bit. But well, actually, you said Northway Northway is still comfortably ahead, but somewhere on this lap he's dropped even more time to the tune of, well, it was 9/10 last lap. I think it might even be. Well, it might be another 9/10 or a second on this lap in particular between the top two.
Couple of seconds, in fact.
Yeah, a case of what could have been when it comes to the gap. We'll see what the 144.4 for Robert Northway. That's why that gap has shrunk, versus a 142.3, which is also the fastest lap of the race. Here's the white flag is taken. Unfortunately, it's not enough of a gap difference for Albert to be able to hunt down Northway, but he'll certainly bring that gap to inside 5 seconds at the checkered flag at the rate he is going relative to your race leader. As this is indeed our fight on the road here. Locks into the inside at turn 1, but that's going to be covered off by the inside for turn 2 by Capel, but he's in a bit deep, a little bit of a bump through the middle of the corner. They both carry on out of the corner, though, as they were there, Reese.
Yeah, so Loxton's last chance here is probably going to be out of the hairpin coming into the final chicane. And this is something that I wanted to raise before but couldn't. The disadvantage that the Aston has is its gear ratios. So the majority of the GT4 cars, they have purpose-built gearboxes as part of their race prep, but the Aston Martin Vantage uses the same gear ratios that the road version does. So you got to use some strange gears in a few corners to get proper runs off the turns, and I think that's something that Loxton's going to have to be dealing with all season here, depending on the circuit. But that's going to be the end of the race in just a couple of corners' time for Robert Northway. Bo Albert just too far back to do anything. Robert Northway didn't push it all through the final chicane. He knows that he has this victory on lockdown. He knows he doesn't need to push. And the first win of the Grand Tour is going to go to New Zealand's Robert Northway, with Bo Albert coming home in second, and amazingly, Daniel Stevens in the BMW finishing third in the first race. Now, that was perhaps the most chaotic race I've seen in quite some time.
Sure was. Talk about it. And the fact is so many drivers lost to that starting incident there, as well as then the follow-up after that restart. So your six drivers that finished the race: Robert Northway, Bo Albert, Dan Stevens, Sean Linsell, Lachlan Capel, and Brett Loxton, therefore get the top 6 spots on the grid. Kobe Williams, the last car to retire, will get P7, or gets P7 and grid spot number 7 here for race 3, ahead of Matthew Pluck, Ewan Baker, Lindsay Hobbs, and also Shane Best and Taylor Oakes. The drivers all retiring 5 laps down, and then Liz and Wills, Aaron Gilbert, the safety car finishing ahead of 3 of our drivers here tonight in race number 2, Reese.
Oh, God, that's perfect. Well, in this very short break between these... break's already done, sorry. The warm-up will be completed here. That's what we've got for the rest of the season here. The next time we're going to be seeing the Grand Tour is the Bathurst 6 Hour. And, well, we see Indianapolis is going to be on the calendar as well. We got a Belle Isle, Sandown, and then another race at Bathurst. We also go to the mysterious to-be-determined round, and then a compulsory pit stop double for the final round at Road America. So those are the dates. Mark them down in your calendar if you want to either spectate or be part of this series. And now we come through for the third and final race of the night. My apologies. I think the chaos of race 2 scrambled my brain a little bit. I named Robert Northway as the first winner, but Kobe Williams dominated race 1. I forgot there was even a race 1. That's how chaotic this was.
I'll give you a pass on that one there in that case, Reese. I think you're not wrong to describe that one as absolutely crazy, but the timer has expired. The drivers were reminded to start their engines for this one here as they get ready to roll for our final race in the Grand Tour. Oh no, we've got drivers who didn't start it well. This time though, it was Lachlan Capel. Oh, stall reported from Lachlan Capel. Kobe Williams has run into the rear of him as a result. Otherwise though, I think it's just going to be those two. Oh, mechanical black flag for your race 1 winner as a result of the front to rear contact there off the grid.
These cars are so fragile. Drivers are finding that out the hard way. It can be hard racing, of course, but you don't want to make too much contact in these things or spin into the wall. That's one of the BMWs coming a cropper. Yep, Shane Best, unfortunately. So it's the only big incident so far on the first lap, apart from that poor start from Lachlan Capel that has taken Kobe Williams now out of contention. We'll see that bright green car in the pits at the end of this lap, but the race is on for the lead. Bo Albert was catching Robert Northway at a rate of knots at the end of race 2, and now he's right on the back of him at the start of race 3. Just behind them, Sean Linsell in the ERT Mercedes will look to take advantage. Daniel Stevens has held on to 4th. That's not bad from him. He's going to have to keep an eye out here as Capel dives up the inside of Brett Loxton at the hairpin, and the Mercedes is through on the Aston Martin. beautiful engine notes from all of these cars. We got that turbo V8 sound from the McLaren, the big throaty rumble of the Mercedes. The Aston has a nice rumble as well. And that BMW, that raspy inline six, definitely cutting through everything nicely. Northway is going to lead at the end of the first lap here.
Yes. Now, actually, hot fact. I think the race 2 scrambled your brain so hard you forgot that Kobe Williams crashed out of race 1 and Bo Albert won the race.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I forgot that too.
I'll just add that as a... Oh, no. Oh, trouble at turn 1. Holy smokes. Dan Stevens has been rear-ended. Oh, no. And the
McLaren
slowest
on its
rollover.
roof.
The slowest rollover for Matthew Pluck that you can imagine.
Yeah.
I guess the safety car might be coming out again now that there's a car on its roof here on lap 2.
Just you watch. I'll forget that this event even took place by the time the checkered flag comes out with how scrambled my brain is at the moment.
Safety
I'm so
car has been
sorry,
deployed.
everybody. Yep, safety car deployed for sure. And that will definitely call for a replay, I'd imagine. So we'll see what happened to Kobe Williams at the very start of this race. Fastest driver on track, if we're looking at pace, but his races have not gone his way. There's the stall from Cable. Looks like only a very small glancing blow from the outside, but that has done a number on the front right suspension. So instantly a mechanical black flag there for Kobe Williams. And then think about everything else that went on the first lap here. Let's have a look here at what happened to Stevens.
It's okay. Unfortunately, it's Steven. He backs off to give space to Lock and Capel around the outside. The 209, Brett Loxton. It's 209, Brooks. And then unfortunately, Stevens rolls backwards into Matthew Pluck, who's going around the outside to avoid the cars. And it just pops that car up on its side. And it chooses to end up on its roof as a result. It does actually block the pit exit, so I believe race control will technically get an unsafe pit exit penalty here.
Oh, God.
Going around the stricken 51 to pick up the race leader as they've come pouring in to the corner, and they'll see the car on its roof for their first time. And once again, Grand Tour is brought under the control. Well, actually, where is our safety car? It's around the corner. The triple O of Henry King here in the Pagnian Advanced Simulations sponsored safety car here for 2023. And there we go, field now back at rest. Then again, if race 2 is anything to go by, the question of how long for race 3 is certainly up for discussion.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this, honestly. It's whatever's in store. It's going to be dramatic, I think. I'm sure that race control will be encouraging drivers to just try and take it easy, because while these cars do race nicely, we've seen that little bits of contact, or contact of any kind, can really put other people out of whack, both in a damage sense and in a spin or rollover sense. So if the drivers can give each other just a little bit more space, we'll be able to get a good race going here. And looks to me like a similar case to race 1. The cars have been cleared very nicely, so we should be going green at the end of this lap, Dan.
We are indeed. That was the call from race control whilst they were about halfway around this lap here. So we'll watch the safety car pull away there. So the field packs up here off of the Lapinga hairpin. And now Robert Northway will once again have each... Well, apologies. He won't be the one. He wasn't the one to take us back to green in race 2. That was Ewan Baker. He's a teammate in the 34 Aston Martin. We can see actually Lindsay Hobbs hustling to get to the queue. I believe he'll get there just in time if Northway holds the field up through the final chicane. Yep, there we go. Go, Lindsay. He'll get there. I think he'll get there just in time, or he'll arrive at full speed as the leader goes back to racing pace. It's going to be interesting because he can't overlap until he gets through the final chicane. So he's got to actually slam on the anchors here and get back to speed. Northway's breaking through the chicane, but he's gone. We're back racing here, and a good run for Albert. He might challenge right up here at turn 1.
Yeah, well, he's going to overlap before they get to the start-finish line.
That's fine.
Yeah, that is fine. The move is not actually made until they're past it. And oh no, they come together. Oh no, Northway will be heartbroken at that one. Oh, keep it off the racetrack. There he goes. So everyone else files through, but that is an unfortunate sequence of events there for Robert Northway. Bo Albert did have a right to the inside of that corner, but unfortunately it seems there was a miscommunication between those drivers. So Albert now leads a Mercedes 1, 2, 3. Brett Loxton still holding on to 4th in the Aston Martin, and the top 5 rounded out by Taylor Oakes and the McLaren.
Yeah, if we can get a replay if it calms down, I'd greatly appreciate it. Because to be honest, I think it really looks like Northway may have squeezed Albert on the way into the corner.
Yeah. While
they were braking in a straight line. Now, Albert did run a bit deep, but whether that's because of the contact destabilizing the car or because he's sent it in deep, I can't say for certain just yet. I would like just another look to verify, but yeah, a little bit less clear cut than I'd suggest it might have looked from a cursory glance for that one. Capel trying to hustle Linsell down into the hairpin here, but gets through and still in 3rd place, but a good run off the corner to work our way down the back straight here.
Righto. So, time to reset here for the final few laps of this race. Coming up onto lap 5 now, and the top of the tower tells a lie. We're not under yellow at the moment. It's going to be side by side for 2nd place. There we go, Jay. Thank you very much. Oh, good move from Lachlan Capel there to get past Sean Linsell and into 2nd place. Now, will he be able to catch up to Bo Albert before the end? Because Capel on that lap, despite being behind Linsell, still ran a time 0.3 quicker than Bo Albert did. Capel, it seems, is the driver most likely to take the win here on pace alone, but Albert is currently in the lead by a second with 4.5 laps to go. Catching at that rate, will he be able to do it? Most likely, but he's got to keep it up and keep out of trouble.
Yep. If he can do that, that will restore the 3 races, 3 winners as we go to a long shot replay here at turn 1 from the safety car restart. And so we'll see here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's Northway squeezing down into the corner under brakes. Albert's in deep, but you hedge your bets as a commentator from a momentary glance and say maybe that's the case of the car being destabilized. As a result, there's trouble back at the 8-9 chicane. Is that Shane Best around again? It is. In the 19. I also heard Robert Northway call something in. Happened at turn 3 apparently.
Oh, he's got more damage now.
And make it mechanical black flag levels of damage. Same for Shane Best actually as well.
Yeah, actually, the two of them came together. The two of them came together coming into the first chicane. Northway was trying to regain the position on Shane Best, got up the inside into the chicane, but then Best ran a little straight on and hit Northway into the wall.
Yeah, it's definitely not great, and as a result, those cars wobbling, bent steering. At the very least, we'll put them out of commission for the rest of this race. Oh no, contact, Lindsay Wilson, Dan Stevens under brakes as we go back to live pictures at turn 1. And the 842 Alpha Venturi Racing Mercedes now buried. And I don't think we'll be coming out another mechanical black flag to add to the roster. So 3 now for this 3rd race. He'll get it out of the tyre bundle, but oh boy.
Oh
another
boy,
one
indeed.
bites the dust.
Yeah. I mean, that looked to me like just another slight miscommunication there. Wills, I think, could have afforded to go a little bit more to the right, but at the end of the day, it would be on Dan Stevens for that one because he tried to go for the move, probably expected the space to be opened up. As he went on the brakes, he went into the back of the Mercedes. Back to the lead, though, because Bo Albert and Lachlan Capel are closer than they've ever been, and Capel has indeed kept it clean and out of trouble. and this could be a proper race now for the lead. What is Bo Albert's defensive game like? We have already seen it tonight. He's going to have to employ it even more now.
Yeah, well, they finished this way in race 1. So the question is, Lockie out for blood? Or will he be happy to just finish this race in second once again, considering that, well, he still finished 5th in race 2, mind you, despite everything. So I'll be curious to see how that then plays out. As Dan Stevens slow down through the final chicane. Has rolled out big time to serve that one. So he'll probably actually get past here by a 888, I would think, of Thomas Riley. And looks like there's no, not quite a pole. He's close, but not quite.
Right. Well, there we go. And oh, that looks like a bit deep from Bo Albert coming into the 6 and 7 chicane. And Capel is starting to line him up here. Albert doesn't have to go defensive. At least not yet.
I think, crucially, yeah, for the two of them, apologies there, Reese, is just these two probably happy to work together to break away now, make it a 2-car race for the win, and don't give Sean Linsell a sniff back into this by pushing on here for another lap, maybe, and then they might let the games begin, as it were.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 to go at the line. They've got a very good gap now over Sean Linsell. They can probably afford to start fighting from this point on. Linsell will be looking over his shoulder a little bit too, because he's still got Brett Loxton potentially within striking distance. Across the line they come, both of them just avoiding getting into the wall of champions. It looked like a good exit from Lachlan Capel. Once again though, Bo Albert knows that he doesn't have to go defensive. Capel only seems to pull out to try and make a maneuver when he knows it's absolutely certain.
Yeah, these two drivers, I mean, also certainly know each other and on good speaking terms. So I would suspect that, yeah, part of the play might be they'll continue. Because again, yes, the gap is up to 2.6 seconds from Albert to Linsell, make it 2.8 as the tower updates for me, just as I say the magic words. I think they'll rather take every opportunity. Because I get the feeling, being the fact they're on speaking terms and good speaking terms, they'd rather fight at every possibility that they can get. Which means I suspect if we do see an actual fight between these two for the race win on the final lap, they will lose far more time than you might think they could. We'll have to wait and see, even as the gap goes out beyond 3.2 between first and third here, Reese.
Albert slightly defensive on the way into the hairpin. Capel a little bit later on the brakes. Wider exit from Albert translates into a better run off the corner, but the straight is long enough that the slipstream comes into effect from right about here. And the gap you see just stabilizes and then narrows again. Albert sees that he has to start thinking defensive lines now. Capel on the racing line, almost just a bit of overlap at the turn-in point. That compromises Albert's run through the chicane, but Capel not taking advantage. White flag time then. Can Bo Albert take his 4th win of the night over 2 categories? Capel trying his hardest here to grab a win after finishing 2nd in race 1 and 5th in race 2. This is a titanic battle between these two guys. Fantastic to see.
Oh, he's done it again!
Oh, no! That's ruined it. I think Albert might just see that and think, okay, all right, just nail it from this point on. Capel lost so much time there from just a tiny little touch of the grass. Pretty much exactly what he did in qualifying. This time he held on to it, but that might be the race win gone.
I think it is, Reese, because even though the gap is only half a second, we saw he had 2.5. No, he was 0.2 at the apex of the hairpin, quarter of a second on the way out of the hairpin, and he wasn't there even, and he backed out maybe a tiny bit. He's going to get a bit of a better run through the 8-9 chicane, and he's overcooked it. Well, that there puts paid to the defense. So we will not see Actually, it means it's a repeat of the 2 liter flat 4 situation, where Bo Albert will win races 1 and 3 once again here in the Grand Tour, as he did with the flat 4s. In fact, if Cape will serve the slowdown, and he should be clear to Linsell behind, but that's actually been a very costly serving for him. As your top 4, make it 5, 6. We can get top 7 in picture as they round the chicane for the final time. But all eyes on the winner. 4th time's the charm. Bo Albert, so make it 4. Yeah, 4 out of 6 is not a bad strike rate for tonight. Your podium will be rounded out by Lachlan Capel and Sean Linsell. Brett Loxton close, but not quite able to disturb the Mercedes AMG GT4 dominance of race 3 here tonight in the Grand Tour race. But track control is off, and rubber is to be burned there, it looks like, for Bo Albert. Certainly.
And Lachlan Capel too.
Yep. I think he would have wanted first, no doubt about it, but he'll take a second when they come his way any time of the week, I would suspect. As we'll bring up your race results for you here, and a little bit more of a mix. All 4 of our manufacturers represented tonight on track in the top 10 as well. But as I said, it's a Mercedes show up front. And again, Reese, there are only 3 Mercedes in the top 10. Just so happen to also be on the podium with Bo Albert, Lachlan Capel, and Sean Linsell, the men behind the wheel there, with Brett Loxton close behind for 4th place. Go back to Taylor Oakes, first, and McLaren's there in P5, with Aaron Gilbert just inside a second behind him for 6th place. Brett O'Keefe, or BJ O'Keefe, the first of our BMWs, a second and a half back behind Gilbert for 7th place there. He leads Ewan Baker home, who was there in 8th place. Lindsay Hobbs further on back after just catching that safety car train off the restart halfway through in 9th. Dan Stevens will round out the top 10 in the next of our BMW M4 GT4s.
Finishing in 11th was Thomas Riley in the last car on the lead lap. Unfortunate to see mechanical black flags getting the better of Robert Northway, Linton Wills, Shane Best, Kobe Williams, Matthew Pluck, and Danny Vassell. Very unfortunate night for all of those drivers involved. Well, that's going to end 2/3 of the racing action for the night. Believe it or not, we still have more to come. We've got a double 80k race for the flat 6s here coming out into the final couple of races of the V8SCOPS supports here at Montreal, round 1 for 2023.
Dirt Racing is available now. Download your copy today.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
This is fantastic. This is GT Racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got rid of the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God.
Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Six very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no!
That's massive.
This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
You are watching SimSpeed TV. It's time for the final bit of racing for the V8SCOPS supports here, round one at Montreal. We've seen chaos aplenty in the Grand Tour. We've seen some flipping and diving in the flat fours. And now it's time to add 2 cylinders to the equation and go racing in the flat sixes, which is one of the best categories of the night in 2022. We're about to just get started in qualifying at the moment. Once again, Reese Gardner and Dan Yeaman with you to bring you 2 19-lap races here, both with a compulsory pit stop, I believe, Dan. So let's keep an eye out for how things are going to go here.
Yep, that is the case with the pit strategy of the race format, so we'll talk to that more in a moment. But yeah, thank you once again for the introduction to this final part of your action tonight. Although in saying that, this is the longest 2 races of the night that we are going to see here for this evening's race. So 10 minutes of open qual once again. So just hearing some instructions from race control, but it's more a case of it's actually because we're actually ahead of schedule with respect to qualifying. In fact, to the tune of 20 minutes early, apparently. But all the same, here are the 6 drivers who have been with us in Zoom tonight. Now we've seen Bo Albert already on Zoom, along with Cam Dance from Flat Fours for the pair of them, and also Grand Tour for Bo. But we're also joined on Zoom by Matt Bowler there in the middle centre, Simon Mazzomo top right, Isaac Edwards on the bottom in the middle of the bottom row, and Harry Dodds in your bottom right corner of this lovely little Zoom. All we can do for you, we'll be pulling them up one by one, or even maybe side by side if they get close together on track tonight, Reese. But first up, the 10-minute open qualifying session to figure out where everyone's going to start race number 1 here tonight for the Flat Sixes.
Absolutely. Once again, it's only a 10-minute session, so not much time for the drivers to get things started here. Matthew Bowler is going to be the first across the line here to start a hot lap, and Isaac Edwards will follow him across with Wade Sheedy, Bo Albert, Brett O'Keefe, and Craig Mason, your first group of drivers on board in the Zoom feed with Matthew Bowler as he works his way through these chicanes. These cars run similar pace to the Australian touring cars we are all familiar with, but they make up the speed in different ways. They definitely work better through the corners, but are a little bit down on straight line speed. We'll see that the Australian touring cars are a little bit quicker here at Montreal because of longer and more straights, but have a look at how these things attack the chicanes. Bowler turns in for the right-hander, and that is beautiful. Nice and smooth there. And a little bit of oversteer on the exit, but that's not exactly a bad thing.
Yeah, that's so far so good on this first qualifying lap of his. Down into the hairpin, you see actually up into a nice late-ish apex, which of course allows him to straighten up the run down the casino straight away as we keep our eyes on him here. Working up towards top speed. We'll see here, it was almost 240 for the Grand Tour cars. These Flat Sixes, even in the no-toe, pushing 260 kilometers an hour for Matthew Bowler as he jumps on the anchors for the Wall of Champions chicane. Make sure to not push the limits too hard here. Now, he was one of the fastest drivers in practice. We'll see what he can do. 36.891, inside a tenth of his practice time. Puts himself at the top of the charts for now, but we can get our eyes eventually on the number 13 of Jonathan Salhani, who was fastest in practice with a 136.694, and see if he can recreate that here in the race server, or the qualifying session, I should say. Race apologies.
Yeah, indeed. Solani is a driver who was there almost from the start on iRacing in the AusNZ SimSphere. He was a very long-time competitor in the Monday night V8s that were what SimSpeed TV started from. He's lost none of his pace over the years, it seems. Second place on his first lap. He took it a little bit easy through the chicane, though, I saw at the end of that lap. So definitely a lot more time in it there for Solani. Having run that 36.6 in practice. Matthew Bowler only 900ths off his practice pace, so the margin for improvement not as big.
Yeah, apologies there. I've just been advised. Thank you to those watching the YouTube chat. Having some slight microphone dramas. Kind of annoying because I've had this happen before. I thought I fixed the issues, and lo and behold, they're back once again. So we'll try and talk with some strength. And hopefully, I think it's an issue with pickup in Discord with regards to how loud I'm talking. Nevertheless, I'll just try and be really focused on where my mic is tonight as we look in on reigning Flat Sixes champion Cam Dance. After a rough night in the Flat Fours, Reese looking to turn that around with a good time on the board here for qualifying for race number 1. 136.891 is actually a 36.90 once it gets across the line and validated by iRacing. Will slot himself P2, but he's got to find 6.5 tenths to get Matthew Bowler, who's currently put himself up at the top of the time charts.
Yeah, he's improved by quite some margin too as Bowler. Down to a 36.2. That's the fastest lap of the night in the Flat Sixes. So plenty for the rest of the drivers to work towards here. Stead Miller currently working his way down to the final chicane. It's interesting how nicely these Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars ride the curbs here. Evolution Racing Team Machine, Mr. Bowler, down the back stretch then himself. time is rapidly running out. We have only 3.5 minutes and change remaining in this session, so I would highly doubt that drivers would do 2 separate runs here. Oh, but Matthew Bowler might be forced into it, and that could be the end of his session there with a poor run through the final chicane. Too much curb and clobbering the wall of champions. Slight damage there to the number 12.
Yeah, will not be ideal as we take a moment to look at that was Dylan Shepard there in the 43. We then got Bo Albert, Simon Mazzomo working their way into the wall of champions once again. Both those drivers keeping it nice and tight. Now, Albert's not put a representative time on the board yet, so we'll see here he comes across the line. That one didn't count as well. Mazzomo goes to a 36.982. No apologies, that was a slow lap for him. He's actually going again, I think, in the slipstream of Bo Albert. So he's looking to improve on provisional P4. Is Mazzomo there in the 954 machine.
And once again, Simon Mazzomo close to the top in the rear engine flat 6 machines. Tends to go pretty well in these cars. Definitely had a great run in the Aussie Online Gaming Porsche Cup. In fact, fighting very hard with Tyson Broad for the AM-Class Championship. Ben Peterson as well has had a pretty good run so far. Currently 8th spot, but he's still 5/10 off his practice pace, so plenty of margin for improvement there. He just seems to have trouble getting it off the corner there through the chicane. That is killing his run down the start-finish straight. So with 1 minute and 45 to go, this will be the final full lap he can get in, and it's not gotten off to the best start there, running wide of the apex of turn 1.
Yeah, that always makes things a little bit problematic. And looking at Peterson's pace, nope, he's not even going flat out at the moment, so that is not going to be. He's actually going to pull the car over, and that'll be his qualifying done for the evening. These drivers, I think, yeah, looking at the time, they're all noticing that fact too. So let's see here. Mazzomo's gone to P3 in the meantime, whilst I've been talking about various things. Displaced Cameron Dance back to 4th. Wade Sheedy here in P6 on the charts. One final chance to improve here. Does not improve with an invalid lap time for him, unfortunately. So he will be at best there in P6, Reese. And I think that's going to be just about it. Matt Bowler here is pushing, I think, but very, very close as to whether he can make it back to the line or not.
Indeed. Well, Bowler then towards the end of the lap. I think even if this was looking like an incredibly quick lap, it'd be hard-pressed to try and get it to the line in time. It'll be a good opportunity to practice the pit entry, which is coming into, or factoring in rather, for the first time tonight with the compulsory pit stop in both races. That's something the drivers are going to have to look out for. You have to brake very late for the pit entry, and it is in the final corner braking zone, so be careful when you decide to come into the pits. Matthew Bowler takes pole position for the first race of the Flat Sixes, with Jonathan Solani joining him on the front row. Simon Mazzomo and Cameron Dance 3rd and 4th, with Dylan Shepard putting it in 5th. Really good run there from Shep. Starts alongside Wade Sheedy to round out the top 6. Matthew Deere, that's another name I haven't seen in quite some time, alongside Ben Peterson. Robert Northway makes another appearance tonight, starting alongside Craig Mason. And then we got Stead Miller and Isaac Edwards, 11th and 12th.
P number 13 tonight is going to be in the hands of Brett O'Keefe. Taylor Oakes sharing that 7th row with him there. John Courtney, Anthony Green on row number 8 together there with Peter Pavlovich and Bo Albert off of row number 9 now. Bo, that's not the place we expect him to be in qualifying pace for this car. Harry Dodds, Robbie Bradbury and Lindsay Hobbs, your final 3 drivers who will be taking the race. Aaron Gilbert, Henry King, your race control operators in the Porsche, the Legacy Porsche Cup cars, the 991 specification. So, 19 lap races, which we saw for the V8s last night. So for those who are joining us after seeing last night's coverage, this is not anything surprising. But for those who didn't see last night's coverage, 19 laps apiece. There's the 80k marker. Compulsory pit stop in both races, minimum 2 tyres, which means for these cars, we're going to see drivers take 2 tyres because they change 1 tyre at a time, and therefore taking too many tyres will be costly. They will have between the ends of lap 2 and the end of lap 17 where they have to make that tyre swap. So I'll be curious to see who opts to go early and try and keep the tyres somewhat close together on percentage, or because we're going to see, I think, a curious different number of strategies. Drivers pitting early and taking, but also actually the main thing being, which 2 tyres do you take, Reese? Because you can change any 2 tyres, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think it'd be the rears, but we'll see what happens. Revs rise, and the green flag flies. We're away. Jonathan Solani gets a poor start, and already, oh dear, it looks like the steering was cranked over there for Ben Peterson. That has caused chaos at the back of the field. Stead Miller involved. Matthew Deere was cleaned up there. And Robbie Bradbury and Anthony Green involved too as the field make their way through turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Matthew Bowler with a really good run. Simon Mazzomo has passed Jonathan Solani for P2. And trying on Dylan Shepherd is Wade Sheedy. Cars still stopped there on the start-finish straight. Might be a safety car from here, Dan.
It might be once again. We'll keep you posted about it, folks, as the rest of the field streaks through. Oh, yeah, Brito keeps around on the way into turn 6.
Oh, dear.
But he's going again. It just caused everyone to have to sort of check up a bit. And so just actually hearing over the radio wireless that finding out whether one of the cars stopped on the front straight. Matt Deere can get that car going again. And I think we are going to another safety car, this time here on lap number 1. So the pit lane is not open yet for their compulsory stops.
End of lap 2 is when it
surely
opens.
Everyone dives in here next time around when the pit lane open.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Well, that affords us an opportunity, I suppose, to take a look at the start. And Ben Peterson, unfortunately, it seems, not only jumped the start, it seems, but also just spun his wheels up and went right into Matthew Deere.
And then separate to all of that, we see Anthony Green, the 308 car, doing a airborne flat spin, also involving the 35 Century Motorsports machine of Robbie Bradbury in amongst all of that as well. But the 992 gets a chance to meet the 991 back out on track as Aaron Gilbert this time piloting the Pagnian Imports safety car here as it brings the field under control once again. On board this time with Ben Peterson in the 81. Unfortunately, as you said, Reese, smack bang error from him. Slow car ahead, so he actually moves across to try and get around them, but also lights the wheels up in the process and makes that side-on contact with the 116 of
So
Matthew
he
Deere.
didn't jump the start. My apologies. But yeah, that's the risk you take here. With spinning up the wheels on the start, if you have to take avoiding action for a slow starting driver in front of you, then undoubtedly that's what's going to go on. On board with Anthony Green, we're going to see what happened at the back. All right, that's interesting. Oh, okay, and that just got worse.
Yeah,
With Bradbury going in.
Unfortunate there for Anthony. Now, the interesting part, I will clarify, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back green once again, so rapid safety cars being deployed here by the LSR safety car team. On board with Robbie Bradbury, one final time for the race start initially. So we see here, there's a little severe. So Anthony Green there up in the orange car, so they're just in the grass, and then just comes across the nose of Bradbury, who moves across to try and avoid. So unfortunately, that's a bit of a clumsy one there. So the important thing is we're going green this lap. The pit lane opens here at the end of this one, but we're about to go back green once again. So, who comes to the pit lane here to take full advantage of drivers going slow all the way up to pretty much pit entry here, as we will wait to see when Matthew Bowler restarts this race. But I would presume at least after the World Champions, or at the very earliest through the middle of.
Yeah. All right. Let's gear up then. Going back to green flag, and we already see that Simon Mazzomo and Cameron Dance go into the lane there as the green flag flies, and Matthew Bowler takes the start with Jonathan Solani back in tow. Very interesting decisions there. So I get the feeling that the advantage here, definitely, with these two cars, actually three, in fact, that you see in the pit lane. Even more than that, Mazzomo, Dance, Northway, O'Keefe, Oaks, Albert, all in the lane. So let's see what they can do from here.
Yeah, it's a split strategy, that's to be sure. Yeah, leaves the top two on qualifying pace. Yes, Salhani and Bowler starting to try and make a gap to Shiona. So there we go, Taylor Oaks, first one out of the lane. No, it isn't. It is Taylor Oaks in the 313.
Ahead of him.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yeah. Oh boy, yeah. Mazzomo's had a shocker in the pit lane.
He has.
A good 7 seconds slower, stationary box time. But
Well, he makes his way past Oaks in a short time.
He sure does. But yeah, he's now 7 seconds behind Cam Dance, who, you did point out, came into the lane right behind him. So now that's going to that to me. Well, that's a bit much. I'm going to go have a look at his pit stop and just see what might have caused that there.
Yeah, could be an error of some kind, maybe accidentally putting a bit of fuel in the car. Not too sure, but the battling continues out on track. Lindsay Hobbs versus John Courtney here.
Spot on race.
Yeah.
The car does not go up. It does not go up on the jacks for a couple of seconds as well. Yeah. We'll get back to that another point.
Yeah, we will.
Because the racing is on track here.
Yeah, Hobbs versus Courtney, Stead Miller.
Oh, Peterson round turn 2, the 81.
Oh, dear.
He's on the racing line as well. This is going to be nasty if people aren't ready for it.
Oh, he gets out of the way. All
Big
right.
spin there. Okay, indeed. We're okay for now. Isaac Edwards has come into the pit lane as well on this lap. He will join the drivers who have pitted, but we'll see here. This will probably hurt him a bit because a lap of getting back up to speed versus those who are getting up to speed with their stop already done will probably hurt. But let's also keep an eye on the gap from Cam Dance to your race leaders, given Cam Dance, the leader of those who come in, and was P4 in the train before the shuffles began.
Indeed. Well, Jonathan Solani chasing down Matthew Bowler. Solani, of course, the quickest driver in practice. Off screen, I've noticed that the battle between John Courtney and Lindsay Hobbs has just continued, with Peter Pavlovich now up behind them and Stead Miller taking great advantage, and Hobbs now trying again on Courtney, who goes wide in the hairpin, but he's going to line it up nicely on the exit. Got to take it easy. These guys are battling for one of the last few places in the top 10. Hobbs currently in 8th. Let's compare lap times up at the front of the field. Matthew Bowler sets the quickest lap so far, 1 minute 36.878. And 37.3 is Wade Sheedy, makes his way past Dylan Shepherd, who's having to clear a slowdown. That has fallen from 3rd to 5th for Shep there, and number 43. Craig Mason duly making his way past us. That looks a bit ugly there between Peterson, Courtney, Hobbs, and Pavlovich. Peterson having to slow down there, and Courtney makes it on Hobbs. Meanwhile, a slowdown for Cameron Dance. Once again, this night of racing seems to have just the action coming thick and fast, and we cannot keep up with it at this stage. Lindsay Hobbs versus John Courtney. It looks like it's the battle of the race so far, amazingly. And look at the two behind them, Pavlovich and Peterson, fighting so hard there over the last position in the top 10.
Yeah, and where else but the World Champion chicane did that all start, between Hobbs and Peterson? Probably not Peterson, Hobbs and Courtney specifically. They make a mistake. That backs up the two behind. and we get that massive kerfuffle, as you will, down through the opening sector of the lap. And yeah, my words have indeed been interpreted correctly. Thank you very much, Director Jay Kennedy. VRS replay. That's the start of it there. Locks up and then almost throws it over the curb. And then so John Courtney to the back of the group. Lindsay Hobbs pushed wide, but also you've got the 35.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, Paul. Peter Pavlovich in the 216 had to slow down. So did Peterson. And so the entire group reshuffles back into the order it once was in.
That was messier than my kitchen on an average day. That was... I'm amazed that there wasn't a pile up out of that. I suppose pretty well held by all of those drivers. Well, now we reset again and keep our eye on car number 47 here, Craig Mason, who is who's just had to give up that position to Dylan Shepherd, who is back on the attack after having to serve that slowdown just moments before. And Shepherd is looking quick. I mean, he was racing in the Pro-Am class, I believe, in the AOG Porsche Cup on iRacing, and he's definitely a quick one. Is Dylan Shepherd, who was my teammate for some time at Fusion Sim Racing before One Performance Racing reformed, and he definitely has really good pace. And man, looks like Lindsay Hobbs is. Sorry, John Courtney I'm looking at there. He's just having issue after issue at the moment in this area of the field. These guys are in their own little pack. It is a long way forward to Stead Miller. But every time we look at this guy, he seems to be in a battle with someone, currently with Pavlovich.
Yeah. It's been... Oh, it's deep from... Oh, Peter Pavlovich, sorry. Locks the front brakes there to pull that one up. Only just avoids running into the rear of John Courtney there as they go around the hairpin there at the Pingle. And let's just see here. Your top 11 still yet to pit. Gap is still growing, actually, because of the slowdown last time around for Cam Dance. Gap has grown between him and the race leader quite substantially. It's also very quickly a two-horse race out the front at the moment. So this is going to be important in terms of when it comes down to is Cam Dance close enough to contest these two here, but with every slowdown, let alone being slightly off pace, that will hurt his chances, to be sure, of being in that fight with those two out front yet to stop. Because you can see also there in the background, there comes Cam on this traffic here at the back of the top 10 who are yet to pit.
Yeah, and with the amount that those guys at the back of the top 10 have been battling, they're also slightly off pace as well. Remember, John Courtney and Peter Pavlovich, they are 10th and 11th at the moment, but they qualified 15th and 17th respectively. So Cam Dance has quite a bit of pace on these two. And with them fighting as they are, they're slowing each other up a little bit as well. So Dance will face a little bit of a challenge here and lose a little time, which will negate the tyre undercut that he and the rest of the people that pitted at the end of the safety car have gained, unless he can try and make his way through cleanly. A little bit of oversteer on the exit of the hairpin, though, for him. Meanwhile, further up the field, have a look at this. Ben Peterson and Lindsay Hobbs together. Peterson's still carrying that damage from the incident at the start, but he goes for the pit lane. And that's going to allow him to potentially repair that damage if it is affecting his pace a little too much. Harry Dodd's also in the lane too. Stead Miller as well.
Cameron Dance has arrived on the back of Pavlovich and Courtney in proper, and so much... Oh, no, Courtney moves over to defend from either Pavlovich or Dance. Take your pick as to who it is. Meanwhile, coming out of the pit lane is... Oh, no, around goes Pavlovich on the exit of turn 2. Harry Dodds comes into the pits, but he only stops for 5.5 seconds. So that is nowhere near enough time to... Oh, Taylor Oakes is... Oh, trouble at the wall. Champions Isaac Edwards and Taylor Oakes are currently...
Oh, no.
Stuck there together.
Well, this is
Don't know how that's happened. And is Oakes going to get going again?
No, he's not moving. This isn't a good sign. exit of the final chicane. That is a very bad spot to be stopped.
And he can't get the car going again, apparently. And Bro Keefe calling something in as we go to the VRS replay. It was a self-spin, unfortunately. Safety car scramble once again. It unfortunately takes Isaac Edwards with it. Actually, probably that wasn't Edwards, I don't think, in that initial contact. Edwards is going to show up on the scene in a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Lindsay Hobbs who was with... Was it Lindsay Hobbs with...
So Brett O'Keefe's had a separate incident. He's also... Oh, no, O'Keefe was the car that ran into him.
It was O'Keefe. My apologies. Too many blue cars.
Yeah, well, that's just the nature of people without paint submissions at this point in time. So unfortunately for Brett O'Keefe, he then tries to keep driving there with a mechanically black flagged car. You see, almost gets it through turn one. He actually aborts for a moment, then goes, actually, no, I'll go. But then tries to get around the corner here. And it just completely lets go on him, Reese. And more insult to injury. Expected damage. More drivers. They've pulled into the lane now. Oh, someone's just spun under safety car pitting.
Oh, no.
Exiting the pits. That was Dylan Shepherd in the 43.
Oh, dear. That's not good for Dylan Shepherd. So, Matthew Bowler completing his pit stop.
Lindsay Hobbs not
John
taking
Courtney.
a pit.
Yeah, neither of them have taken to the pits.
Okay, so yes, your reshuffled order on order of those who have pitted and completed the CPS requirements. Bowler, Salhani, Sheedy, and Dance, your top four. So okay, yeah, race off pit lane. That is Cam Dance, I believe it was on the right side of the screen, and Shepherd just on the outside.
Cold
slightly
tires.
Cambered, cold tires, and around it's gone.
Yep, that's the risky run when there's a proper race off pit lane. But
oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Jay
dude,
Kennedy giving us news of something that's gone on here. What's happened?
Oh, Ben Peterson.
Yeah. Nearly ran into the back of Isaac Edwards there. So, the field is mostly reset. We still have two cars yet to come into the lane. Hobbs in third and Courtney in seventh. They are going to have to take their pit stops very soon. Pit window closes at the end of lap 17. That's the last time that drivers will be able to enter the lane and have it count for their compulsory pit stop. And thanks to that second safety car coming out, Cameron Dance and everyone who pitted under the first safety car have not gained as much of an advantage as they would have wanted. Dance currently sitting in 6th place. He started in 4th. Matthew Bowler trying to get some heat into those tyres because, well, we saw in that incident with Dylan Shepherd just how notorious cold tyres are in this car. And we haven't even talked about track temperature yet. It's overcast out there, as you might have noticed. That means that the track is only 23 degrees Celsius. That's 1 degree warmer than the air temperature.
Yeah, you don't see that all too often. Actually, sorry, I should say more. In fact, you don't see it that close together. I mean, it is it's gone past 6 o'clock virtual time here tonight. Session today, I think, started a little earlier in game, as it were, and also the fact we've advanced by there was quite a chunk of time. I believe it was advanced due to being ahead of schedule, due to just keeping mostly to the lap counts in the other races so far tonight. But of course, we have to schedule for the time certainty to make sure we give these categories a chance to race in case of safety cars. But yes, conditions are favourable, is what I'd say at the moment. That's for certain, with lowish air and track temperatures, and still sun in the sky, although hidden behind some clouds. We'll see though. Lights are on for all the drivers though at the moment, so unlike in the V8s last night, so we actually saw those lights come on. Although we can see on the Pagnian safety car, the lights are off at the moment. So that's a good indication of it's more like daytime running light spec for these 992 generation cars for the drivers out here racing at the moment. Confirmation from Race Control, we are going back to racing at the end of this lap here. So time for drivers to get themselves reset
Indeed. There's the, as you said, Pagnian safety car leading them away. Pagnian Imports have been a part of Australia and New Zealand sim racing for quite some time. They're a marketplace, a seller of sim racing and other gaming peripherals. I actually got my wheel from Pagnian Imports something like 7 or 8 years ago. And that Thrustmaster T500 RS of mine is still going strong. It's survived everything from, you know, beatings of endless racing to an actual ceiling collapse. So definitely a good service that Pagnian provides to us. And I suppose that's a bit of a shout out for Thrustmaster products as well. Very durable. Either way, the safety car pulling away from the field. And Matthew Bowler and Jonathan Solani are going to lead them away again on fresher tyres. There's not as much of a difference between new and old-ish tyres as there would be in the V8s, for example. Tyre drop-off is a lot more gradual in these Porsche 911s, but still, Lindsay Hobbs is going to have his work cut out for him here, to say nothing of the fact that he didn't set a qualifying time and started towards the back of the field. So
he also needs to come to the pit lane and serve the compulsory pit stop requirement.
He does, but I don't know if he's going to do that at the end of this lap. We might see a green flag stop from Lindsay Hobbs. We'll wait and see, but if he stays out, the drivers behind him will likely have a tough time getting by. So, yep, Hobbs is going to be taking the start.
Oh, he's not. Oh, there we go. Matt Bowler, apologies, going a little later than he did on the first race. I heard some engine notes rise in the background, but we go green here in the flat sixes for race number 1 of the evening, and it's single file for the top 6 or so into the 1-2 complex here. And looks like for the most part that's going to count. No, it's already side by side between Simon Mazzomo and it's John Courtney. They've traded places through turn 2. Mazzomo on the charge, and John Courtney, the other car yet to complete compulsory service. Well, it just hasn't come down the lane at all, but there is a third car, Harry Dodds, the 18, came to the pit lane, but nowhere near long enough time in the box to have been able to change tyres, and nor did it go up on the jacks, which is the visual confirmation change tyres. He's lost a spot to Cam Dance. Also, Lindsay Hobbs deep at turn 6. That's checked up him. And Wade Shee's going to try to go around the outside of Hobbs here on the run to turns 8 and 9. It's packing up now too wide here in the middle of the group.
It is. Dance late on the brakes here to try and get past Hobbs. Simon Mazzomo putting a move on Harry Dodds there. And a little bit of contact on the way through, but they get through all right. But
around
down
the
to the
background.
hairpin. Oh, no. That looks to be Isaac Edwards. That's unfortunate there for the number 15.
Oh,
as they
Shepard.
come down. Oh, no. Into the back of Simon Mazzomo.
That's a huge drill from the 43 of Shepard. Well, Mazzomo's still got the car running at least, but has to flick spin the car. Shepard does wait. So that may be all that's needed with respect to the incident serve. But yeah, oh, never mind that. Unfortunately, that is Mazzomo's race done, as he will crab that car back to the pit lane.
Mechanical black flag.
Actually, he's not even going to take it to the pits, but I get the feeling we will stay green here.
Yeah, I get the feeling too. Mazzomo.
Harry
no.
Dodds.
Oh, we're going to see a third safety car here. Guaranteed. Dodds spinning the wheels, but that's not going to do anything. The race continues up at the front of the field, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a safety car out of this.
Yeah, it's been deployed.
Yeah,
it's back out again.
Goodness me.
My word.
Oh, this Saturday is something has placed a curse on this track, I think, because obviously the flat fours, it was pretty calm there, largely due to the small field, but every other race this weekend has been nothing short of ridiculous with the chaos that we've seen. That's what's happened to Dodds. Just clobbered the curb in just the wrong way. Yeah, and this is what's going to send him over. No, actually.
Sorry.
Oh, it's going to be
Stead
the
Miller.
024. Yeah, Stead Miller. That's massive.
Yeah, somehow I missed the dots there with respect to, Courtney got through on that one. My word. Yeah, it's absolutely massive. And just flips the car over and it Doesn't barrel roll its way down the straight. It just slides on the roof for a bit. But yeah, that now means that 3 cars with mechanical black flags in race 1 of the flat sixes. And we're going to go on board with Sted Miller for another virtual racing school replay here, Reese, and see what that looks like from his perspective. And all of a sudden, the track is going to have a car sideways across it on the racing line, pretty much.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have seen this until it was way too late. He had cars in front of him. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that would have been a very nasty surprise for Sted Miller. There's no way that he would have seen the spinning Dodds from where he was. 2 cars in front of him taking up his entire field of view. Oh, wow. Interesting note as well. I'm interested to see that Bo Albert actually pitted under the second safety car. He probably went to get damage fixed.
Well, I can actually tell you. Yeah. So let's see, on board here with Albert. He gets it all fine there. Now, I can actually tell you, Bo Albert's already had an iRacing black flag for not serving a slowdown in this race. Now, that was because he came to the pits in the first safety car, and I'm pretty sure he then got the black flag. So he served the penalty. But yes, but actually, yeah, 27 seconds is a very unusual time for a black flag penalty. But the way the time penalties are served, there's a sort of a time you gained. The way it's written up in the sporting code, at least, it's the penalty will be equal to the time you gained by cutting the track and not serving the slowdown, plus a flat 15 seconds.
Right.
So that might explain why that 27-second number is shown up on my timing for his stationary time. But alas, it doesn't matter. He's had 2 safety cars. He's back in the race in P5 after not setting a proper qualifying time for race 1. Matt Bowler leads once again, but for the 3rd time in this race, he's going to now have to worry about Jonathan Salhani being on his back bumper once again. At the very least, it's allowing these cars to not really overwork the tyres too much, as they're not doing an extended run here anytime soon. But let's see how we go. Safety car's back in the pit. So, he's gone early. He has dropped the hammer halfway down the casino straight away. That's certainly how you change the ball here on a restart, Reese.
Yeah, wow. And the restart zone, I think, does extend to that point. So
it's whenever the safety car pulls into the pits, pretty much.
Right. Yeah, okay. We've gotten our first race control decision of the race, meanwhile. Dylan Shepherd's copped a car spun. Car spun
Ben Peterson
in the background there. Yep, Peterson at the chicane. Shepherd copping a black flag for the contact with Simon Mazzomo on lap 11. Meanwhile, Cameron Dance continuing what has been a very dramatic night for him. 3rd place as things stand, not too far behind Solani. Matthew Bowler streaking away at the front of the field here.
Yeah, actually danced into the back of Salhani into turn 1 there, but the barest of contact, thankfully, meaning it wasn't too big of a deal. We look here, Robert Northway, who's got Craig Mason for company here, 46 leads, 47 for P6 and P7. So there's actually quite a nice bit of lineup and coincidence there in all those numbers and schemes. As into the 8-9 chicane we go. The 14th of 19 laps for race 1 here tonight in flat sixes, and we've got to do this all over again. Slowdown penalty for Wade Sheedy in 4th place. I think that'll make him vulnerable to Bo Albert down here because he still hasn't served the penalty. He's going to go well wide at the Pingle hairpin. So easy position switch there between those 2 drivers. We'll see if Northway can get on the back of Sheedy there whilst he recovers. Meanwhile, eyes here on the fight for second because Matt Bowler checking out with that massively early restart. But, I mean, with the rules being there's no overlap allowed before the apex of the final corner, which means the chicane here, it's not the worst idea in the world, especially if you don't pull it out all that often.
Yeah, indeed. Definitely caught everyone by surprise. So now Solani has to look over his shoulder. Oh, God, these 2 can't leave each other alone, can they?
I saw that happening, and at the same time, we've got this fight for second with Salhani and Dance. And Hobbs and Courtney back on track together, fighting over 10th once again. My words, like circles and cycles continuing on and on, it seems. the fighting has allowed Matt Bowler to well and truly check out now. He's going to have to really slow down for penalty for Beau Albert at the opening part of the lap once again. So he's having to massively jump on the anchors. Thankfully, producer Ted Kennedy has 2 computers that can give us footage from the sessions here tonight, so we can give you split view action of the 2 battles here for 2nd and for 10th.
Yep, absolutely can. Up top, the battle for 2nd, and down low, that battle for 10th. Courtney and Hobbs just sharing the same bit of racetrack for the majority of this time. And there's Solani, defensive versus Cameron Dance. Gently does it, guys. Out of the hairpin they come. Yeah, and it looks like there's no catching Matthew Bowler at this point. There's so much of an advantage he has. He leads by 2.5 seconds as Dance now pulls out. And Solani, defensive, into the final chicane. Dance has to yield to him. They are so close. Seems like it's only a matter of time here before Solani has to yield. And the fighting continues further on back as well. This is fantastic to see. So much going on in this race. Dance trying so hard here to get past Solani, and that might be is that a slowdown for Lindsay Hobbs? No.
It was contact between Hobbs and Courtney through the middle of the chicane race is what it was. Courtney a little bit slow for Hobbs's Light King, as there's the lockup. They exchange places. Except it's down between turns 1 and turn 2 finally. So there we go. That happens there with that swap around. And it means we can now switch that secondary camera to the fight for 4th, because Beau Albert is yet to get back past Wade Sheedy after getting himself a slowdown on the previous lap. And Albert sort of either taking his time with getting up to speed here, or Sheedy actually doing a solid job for the time being at least. You can see also Craig Mason checking out, having cleared Robert Northway whilst we've been busy looking elsewhere, Reece.
Yeah, indeed he has. Mason and Northway now separated by quite some margin, and Beau Albert just up ahead of them is looking to make his way back past Wade Sheedy there on the bottom of your screen. Dance once again trying on Solani, but the white machine going defensive. This is perfect defensive driving from Jonathan Solani. There's nothing that Cam can do, at least on entry, to overcome him, but that's a poor exit from the chicane for Jonathan, and that means that Cameron Dance will go straight through. In fact, it looked like Solani lifted there.
Yeah, I think he's going to play the long game, despite there only being 3 laps to go here. He'll happily back off there to make it an easy position gained through turn 1 to then refocus for an attack later on in the lap. As you can see here, Albert still yet to clear Sheedy. Oh, working the car a bit there, Beau, and in fact he's going to work the car out into the wall there on the exit of turn 4. And so that's a couple of tenths that he has to go make up once again here, Reece, and now has a bit of it's a bit scuffed there on the right side for his troubles, as there's the race between, we'll race 4 seconds, still close, but yeah, now at 5 seconds off the race lead, this is where it's going to end for these two. Presumably. Yeah. I should definitely touch wood tonight. We've had enough of that already.
Yes, plenty of wood to be touched. There's been so much chaos going on tonight. My brain is a puddle of goo at the moment. The amount of action that we've seen. But with everyone coming into the lane at least once tonight, there's no one who has to come into the pits here at the end of lap 17, and the pit window is now closed for everyone that passes that point. Solani, I tell you what, he's not letting Cameron Dance get away all that quickly, is he? This is some good driving here. There's potential for Solani to come back at him.
Another slow down for Beau Albert. Has lost him another place, this time to Craig Mason. Now, Lindsay Hobbs avoids the fence. And look who's closing back up to the bumper of the 27. Would you believe it's the 60 John Courtney once again?
Oh, goodness.
I feel like this needs a deep, quiet moment of reflection. We've still got one more race of this potentially happening again, folks.
Oh my goodness.
I may not have eaten dinner. I'm also potentially a little bit loopy. It's been a long day, and we're probably close to 3/4 done, but even so. Deep breaths.
Yep.
Deep breaths.
Deep breaths. I have yet to have my final meal of the day myself. Well, now, with only 1.5 laps to go, if that, is there anything Jonathan Solani can do to get past Cam Dance at this point? Dance seems to have the advantage on race pace. Solani did well in practice, but in qualifying and the race, he hasn't been able to quite string a lap together as quick as the one that he did in practice. So barring a mistake from Dance, I think that might be the podium settled for now. It can still have some changes a little bit further back. Bo Albert, of course, having to serve that slowdown. He's right on the back of Craig Mason now and looking to make some further moves here. Really good exit from the final chicane for Bo. But Mason will go defensive into turn 1. Keeps it very nice middle of the road there. And Albert can do nothing through turns 1 and 2. But a late apex, straighten up the exit. Can he gain a little bit more time? No, it hasn't worked for him that time, unfortunately. White flag. Time is rapidly running out for everyone to secure their final positions here.
Yeah, it sure is. And a little wobble there from Mason off the 3-4 chicane. Will allow Bo to potentially set up something. No, it's a bit of a gamble to try and set something up through the 6-7 chicane here. Still got one chicane and two chicanes and one hairpin, with the chicane in between the 2 hairpins, of course. Oh my word! Actually, no. I'm gonna.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's ignore me. Throw that in the bin. The fight for second's still on. You take over here for a moment, Reese.
Okay, cool. Well, just a few 100 meters to go, or many hundreds of meters to go, rather. And there goes Solani. Goodness me. Up the inside of Cam Dance at the hairpin.
Game
on the
on.
exit. Yep, game on indeed. This could be the final move here. Bo Albert still has to try and get past Craig Mason. Jonathan Solani versus Cameron Dance coming into the final corner. Solani thinks about having a dive, but thinks better of it. Matthew Bowler takes victory up the front of the field. Dance will finish second. Solani will finish third. Wade Sheedy in fourth. And Bo Albert cannot make his way past Craig Mason. And that's a slowdown once more for good measure. Out of the last corner for Bo Albert. Might he hold on to this spot? Oh, he'll just hold on to it. Goodness me. Number 46, Robert Northway.
Goes close indeed. Lindsay Hobbs has stayed ahead of John Courtney. He doesn't get a slowdown off the final chicane, so they will finish ninth. Oh, and is that size again? It's spinning in the background again, I think. Yes, it is.
Yep. Well, he'll
So he's
have
gonna
no choice but to reverse across the line here. He doesn't look too fussed about it, does he?
He's had a couple of moments in this first race. So yeah. And given there's literally no way for him to lose another spot, given how far back Dylan Shepherd is, bit of an unsophisticated 3-point to bring that back around the right way. But alas, that's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, I guess. So let's have a quick walk through the results from that race there. And as you said, Reese, well, almost 6 seconds, not quite there, but alas, a comfortable lead in the end for Matt Bowler there to start from the front and walk away with that one after all the safety cars had sorted themselves out there. Cam Dance in second place, able to hang on to and actually clear Jonathan Solani and then defend against to the line there on that final lap. Wade Sheedy does hang on to fourth place, despite the fact I did expect Bo Albert to kind of like walk through and make that place his and potentially even get on the back of the fight for second. But alas, that is not to be the case. It's Craig Mason who gets it clean through the final chicane to sneak on up to P5 and Albert relegated back to sixth. And there you go, Reese. Quarter of a second, not even that, in it between Albert and Northway over 6th and 7th. Peter Pavlovich next across the line in that next group of cars there in 8th, just ahead of the other 2 cars that couldn't seem to get apart from each other, as if it were. That being, of course, Lindsay Hobbs and John Courtney, who also round out our top 10.
Indeed. 11th place, Ben Peterson, who has now exited the session. Apparently, he had to use the bathroom, unfortunately, and he was caught out by the session advancing forward early. Isaac Edwards and Dylan Shepherd, 12th and 13th. Robbie Bradbury, the first car off the lead lap. Then we had Miller, Mazzomo, Dodds, O'Keefe, Oakes, and Gilbert. Gilbert actually safety car there, finishing ahead of Matthew Deere and Anthony Green. That's unfortunate for a lot of drivers there. This is what's coming up for the Flat Sixes, just in the short window we have before we get things going for the second race. Winton, Sebring, Indianapolis, Virginia, Imola, Oschersleben, Sandown, Bathurst, Long Beach, and Road America. That is a fantastic schedule in any series. That's where the Flat Sixes are going to be going for the rest of this season, and I'm looking forward to every bit of it here. So, progressive grid for the second race. We've got exactly the same format, 19 laps, and a compulsory pit stop between the ends of lap 2 and 17. So, who's going to come away with the best start this time? The revs rise, and the final race of V8SCOPS supports for round 1 is go. And that's a good start again from Matthew Bowler. Dance, unfortunately, bogging down in the second phase. That's given Solani second, and Craig Mason has a slight go there at Dance, but nothing doing for the time being. Unfortunately, Mason gets spun around by Wade Sheedy, and that causes a big pile up at the middle of the field. It's a car park down there at turn 2.
Oh my word, that is a lot of cars. Well, some cars with damage, a lot of cars in... Oh no, the Isaac Edwards and... Was that? No, there's 3 blue cars in the field. Oh, but it's John Courtney and Isaac Edwards. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay, they get through there. Okay, that's fine. Up further ahead, Northway to the inside of one of the Century Motorsport cars. Oh, let's push the Peter Pavlovich off the road for a moment. So here we go. It's all kinds of... So your top 4 have broken away.
Northway.
And then in behind is utter... Is this. Is just this.
Yep. Whatever the hell this is. Northway slow off the turn 6 and 7 chicane. And that's a spin there for Pavlovich.
Oh, it's taking Northway with him.
Oh, lordy.
Hang on. Who's that going backwards as well? Taylor Oakes, I'm being told.
I honestly give up at this point.
It was Brett O'Keefe in the 22 I saw going backwards. So, yeah.
Aye.
It's almost the end of the night. Apparently, everyone's feeling it, whether it's you, me, or the drivers. The only person yet to make an observable blunder is producer Jay Kennedy. I say that, and he'll probably be like, nah. Oh, Salhani, that's a slowdown off the court. Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Position swap there. Dance up to P2.
Back up to P2, where he started, and goes deep in turn 1. But seems everything going okay otherwise, at least in Matthew Bowler's case. Here is what happened in that absolute mess. So that was a coming together between Shepherd and Pavlovich, and then Northway had nowhere to go. And Taylor Oakes, I think, with a sympathy spin.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, Brett O'Keefe's the one. So there's Taylor Oakes. I was going to say, yeah, where's Taylor Oakes in all of this? Because the blue car there is the 22 of Brett O'Keefe. Mm-hmm. There's been a bit of drama at turn 1 involving the 35 of Robbie Bradbury. He's just called that one in at the start of lap 2. Also, Wade Sheedy has gone to the pit lane. Oh, mate, we've got 4 cars already with mechanical black flags. Northway and Pavlovich, as you'd expect. But Wade Sheedy picked up a heavy damage on lap 1. Here's what's happened to Robbie Bradbury. That's Harry Dodds up his inside. Oh, no, Harry Dodds is locked up. And that's Meatball, the 35 Century Motorsports car, in the process for good measure.
It's a shame there for Bradbury. He doesn't often have good luck in many of these races. Well, now Jonathan Solani, with that slowdown out of the final corner, has lost plenty of time to Cameron Dance, and Bo Albert is right on the back of him now. Look at how aggressive Bo is on the brakes here. Wow, that was quite the... Oh, that's another slowdown for Solani, and that caught out Bo Albert. The contact is made between the cars, and Albert, I think, carrying a slight bit of damage to the front end now as a result of that.
Yeah. Let's have a look at. I'll try and get another look at Albert's car wash. I'll go have a look at it. As we're going to apparently go back to another replay with Wade Sheedy to see where. Oh, of course, down at turn 2. So, yeah, just into the rear of Craig Mason, then tap and smack. So mostly from Lindsay Hobbs in the side of the car, unfortunately. As a result of everything that went down there at turn 1. Oh, sympathy spin from potentially Anthony Green. I think that checks out, yes. As takers to the lane include Brett O'Keefe, Ben Peterson, and Taylor Oakes, all coming in for service. Looks like we will have 4 cars already retired due to their mechanical black flags in this race. Although 3 of them, no, mate, that 2 cars remaining with mechanical black flags. As Peter Pavlovich has just cleared his through taking repairs.
So, we focus on Taylor Oakes. No,
Lindsay
that's
Hobbs.
not Lindsay Hobbs. My apologies. I'm
Chasing
getting
Harry Dodds.
Yep, I'm... Wow, there's so many 2 and 1 syllable names here. You end up all blending into one at some point. So, it is Hobbs versus Dodds. And...
Say that 3 times fast.
Hobbs versus Dodds, Hobbs versus Dodds, Hobbs versus Dodds, Hobbs versus Dodds, Hobbs versus Dodds. Was that 6 times?
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, well, I managed to get it out. A bit slow down the straight is Dodds, and Hobbs is not able to take advantage. In fact, he spins out of the final chicane. So these guys coming up here are going to have to look out for that. Hobbs is off the racing line, though, so not much trouble there. Another taker to the pit lane. Looks like Robbie Bradbury has decided to bring it in. Yeah, remember, he does have that mechanical black flag. Had yet to clear it. And it looks like Dylan Shepherd. Oh, so not only did Albert get by Solani, but now Shepherd has as well. And the second race is not going too well for Jonathan Solani. Shepherd as well, carrying some massive damage. Look at this as the number 43 goes past. That front end is looking decidedly crumpled.
It is, yeah. I'm going to go have a look and see when this... So it's already happened sometime on lap 3. Early on lap 3. Oh, big old slowdown, and yeah, Sohani still clearing either a final chicane slowdown or turn 1-2 slowdown, and yeah, easy as you like for Dylan Shepherd to get back by, but Solani's still there. And hopefully, mate, we go on board with Shepherd to see it from the VRS replay once again. Recently, you'll see here Sohani doing the sporting thing and moving well off to the side and going nice and slow to try and get rid of that one there. That's as easy as you like for the 43 Shepherd.
It is indeed, but Solani, that is exactly what I say every time we go to Montreal. You want to go into the pit lane? If there's a car in front of you, you're going to have to be careful.
Oh, yep.
It's in the final chicane braking zone. You know, the braking point for the final corner is way behind the braking point for the pit lane. So Solani has lost even more time as a result of that.
Yeah. Oh, we're being told something's happened to Stead Miller. We're going to an onboard replay. Oh, no, it's not too bad, apparently, on Flat. So he's on the anchors, but he's missed the... Okay, so Stead, did you want to... Okay, so I'm going to presume that it's a case of Stead wants to take the chicane, but has gone into hyper concentration mode and zeroed in on the car that was ahead of him there, and missed the brake marker by a good 25, 30 meters at least. As Selhani taking his pit stop and just either slow down or just going slow to just easing into it, I think, and proceeds to then immediately throw it back up the inside of Lindsay Hobbs to take that place back.
And spins.
No, not anymore.
No, back onto the track at the apex of the corner. Goodness me. Fortunately, there's not a huge amount of cars going through at that point. So, yeah. Interesting note that Jay Kennedy has just brought up to us. This guy, Isaac Edwards, leader of the cars that have pitted. Make sure that you don't get too many slowdowns, though, Isaac, because you'll end up losing that advantage. First of our cars up the front of the field to take to the lane, Bo Albert, aside from Jonathan Solani. Albert from third place there.
Cam Dance. he's just binned it by himself through turns 1 and 2. In too hot, into the grass, and around she goes. So,
Bo Albert
my
gets a
word.
black flag for speeding in pit lane. What is going on out there?
He has done 6 races already. It's 7 races tonight already. Sorry. Man has decided to do the gauntlet, which has all ended up on the same night. It is it is a bit intense. It would seem, and yeah, he's gone.
It just seems
Actually-
like there hasn't been a
wow.
single driver who hasn't faced issues here tonight. Cameron Dance too deep into turn 1.
I can see why Bogart is speeding on pin entry penalty. It's not by much. He's doing at most 85 at the cones race, but he's on the limiter already, and so he doesn't slow down below 80. So I reckon Bo was maybe 0.2 of slowing under the speed limit from not getting pinged. So unfortunately, he's going to have a long stop, and that's if he's even... No, he's out of the car. He is done. And yeah, he's actually out of the Zoom call, so I could have even checked that to verify. And it will not be a chance at another race victory for Bo Albert, unfortunately. Farewell to the 06.
Yeah, for now, at least. Well, keeping
Tonight,
an eye...
yep.
Yeah. Keeping an eye on Dylan Shepherd, and they're coming out of... No, that wasn't coming out of pit lane. That was Cameron Dance actually serving another slowdown, I think, going wide through turn 2. So, like I said, there hasn't been a single driver out there, aside from probably Matthew Bowler, that hasn't had issues tonight, and that's counting across all of the races we've seen, not just the flat sixes. More takers onto the pit lane. Stead Miller and Harry Dodds are in there at the moment, and that seems to be it for the time being. It actually looks like Lindsay Hobbs has jumped into pit lane as well. So 3 cars in the lane at this point. Solani and Green move past all of them. Solani currently 3rd of the cars that have pitted. Simon Mazzomo has also just made his mandatory pit stop. And a pretty quick one too. 14.3 seconds stationary, but 40.7 second lane time. So, yeah. It looks like at this point Mazzomo the best placed out of all the cars that have pitted so far. But remember that he's had an awful lot of work to do. There goes Dylan Shepherd for the pit lane. And maybe he'll try and get some of that damage repaired. But considering his pace, I don't know if it would help.
Yeah, and given that optional repairs don't clear quickly when you're also taking service, and yeah, there's a massive trade-off there. Now, apologies for that. Ben Peterson isn't... Oh. Yeah, so apologies for that.
Into the server.
Yeah, because interestingly... Actually, this happened to me earlier this week, actually, with a separate broadcast I was responsible for producing. Well, but anyways, yeah. I'm being told why it happens. Lovely. Thank you very much for that, Director Jay. We'll focus in here on Bradbury and Peterson, who have now both completed the stocks, fighting over 14th place. And looks like Peterson, with the speed, will get up the inside of Bradbury. And indeed, has a nose ahead at the line, inside for turn 1, and already clear pretty much by the time they jump on the brakes. Token defense maneuver made by Bradbury, a little deep, and another race control black flag has been... Black flag. I didn't think those 2 words are going to be the problem words tonight, but here we are. And it's unfortunately for that man on screen, Dylan Shepherd, once again receiving the attention and ire of race control, Reese.
Yeah, and that was for the lap 1 incident with Craig Mason, I believe, that spun Mason around. Oh, sorry, Pavlovic. My apologies. So, yeah, there we go. Another penalty for Dylan Shepherd. Another trip through pit lane that he's going to have to make tonight. Shame, considering he's come out of the pits in 4th and was well set to finish well there, with Bowler and Dance still yet to come into the lane. They, along with Matthew Deere and Anthony Green, are the only cars left to visit pit lane here tonight. Although having said that, John Courtney and Brett O'Keefe went through the pits without stopping. This is the incident of Dylan Shepherd on lap 1. So made his way past Isaac Edwards. Not too bad there. Slow car on the inside is Robert Northway.
Yep.
This is the chaos on lap 1 that we saw, and Shepherd was looking quite aggressive there, but yeah, a little bit too deep into the chicane, and that's what created that whole mess that we absolutely lost our marbles at. Back to live pictures once more, and Harry Dodds catching up to Stead Miller here. Last lap for Miller was a 39.9. It was a 38.9 for Harry Dodds. So the man on screen at the moment is looking mighty quick.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Personal best, actually, last lap around, either's had incidents every other lap so far. That would explain things there. It's his, 138.9 is his personal best of the race so far. And yeah, looking to make quick inroads. We've got John Courtney, Anthony Green ahead, exchanging places. So, as you expect, maybe Anthony might fall back towards these two guys that we're looking at here in the foreground. As there we go. Yep, there's Green in that orange 308 machine, just off the pace at the moment, and yet to pit is why these guys coming through have pitted. So, got a bit of a car out of order, as it were. Anthony Green is the only other car apart from the now top two to pit as up. In deep goes Stead Miller. Doors open for Dodds if he can get the power down and then find the right way through here past this traffic.
Miller, the wide line exit. We've been talking about it all night. That was magnificent.
He did it again. All right, road's blocked. What do you do, Harry? Good, there we go. Rolls out of it early to give himself as much space as he thinks he can. Oh, no!
Whoopsie.
Okay, thanks. Solo spin.
Oh, no, Stead! Stead Miller spins up ahead. All right. Yeah, you see the look on Harry Dodds' face. He's like, okay, no worries. Freebie.
Anthony Green
Lordy.
will also take the opportunity to take his compulsory pit stop off that one. Fair enough, I say.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
Isaac Edwards
Isaac
around.
Edwards once again. He spent almost as much time spun around as he has going forward tonight. It's not been a good night for the number 15.
And he gets that one going again. Finally. As we check back in with your race leader, because your race leader is currently out to a 14-second margin. And
yeah, believe it or not, there is at least one car out there tonight that's had a stable, reasonable race, and it is Matthew Bowler.
Yep. Something about P1 in all of these races, barring Kobe Williams in that Grand Tour race 1, because he was the exception to my rule that was forming together nicely. Has been, if you're in P1, you're fine.
Yep.
Nothing can touch you, apparently. And it's everyone else's problems that you get to worry about. And he can just go on and happily about his business. I will be curious as to when he chooses to pit. Maybe he's just going to allow himself to get a bit relaxed. Yeah, maybe come into the pits now, because that is the lap traffic of Lindsay Hobbs right in front of him here as well.
But Hobbs is going to have to get on the brakes for the chicane.
Yeah, I think at this point it's not too much of a... Nope, Bowler will stay out and keep lapping. It's true, yeah, you lose some time... Oh, actually, no, Hobbs is giving a quick brake dab, so it's going to be one of the easier blue flag situations for Bowler, so good awareness from Hobbs and makes that nice, simple maneuver there to sort that one out. Cameron Dance down the lane is the second last car to pit in this race. Now, he should come out clear of Simon Zomo by, I would suspect, a good 10 seconds, maybe a little under. Here, well, we'll keep you posted on that one. You'll also be able to keep your eye on it as you watch the timing tower update.
Don't forget that John Courtney and Brett O'Keefe haven't actually stopped yet, though they have made visits to the pit lane.
Is that so? Indeed, yes. Ochi O'Keefe. O'Keefe has a number that looks akin to a pit stop time. 13 and a half. I'm seeing a 13 and a half second stop to O'Keefe's name.
Okay, so it's not showing up on my end for some reason.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay, don't listen to me.
Hey, your technology fails you. That's not your fault.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've failed myself in every other respect tonight, it seems. Let's see what Bowler does here on this lap. Cameron Dance completed his stop, 13.2 seconds stationary, 36.3 second lane time. That looks like the quickest we've seen all night for drivers that have actually taken a stop in the lane. So Bowler, he stays out again. Looks like he's just fine in this rhythm at the moment. Not much that he needs to do to hold on to this lead, which was about 14 seconds before Dance pitted. Now it's ballooned out to over a minute well, under a minute it seems. My timing is messing up on me at the moment. Goodness.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, so 40. So there you go. So the pit delta here, by evidence of Cam Dance's time there, we're looking at just under 28 seconds. We'll call it. So the delta. So that gives you an idea of we should therefore. We'll see those gaps close up, but hey, looks like my number in my head worked out well for me. Simon Zomo is still 10 seconds behind Cam Dance. Hurrah! As we watch Lindsay Hobbs and Stead Miller fighting over 11th place, and the car behind is not in the fight, so it is just a two-way scrap. I get the feeling producer Kenny would have given me the three-car Battle 4 graphic if that was the case, and lo and behold, he was one step ahead of me in this particular moment with the overlays presented to you and to us here in the SimSpeed production booth. As we go on board with Miller down into the Pingle hairpin, and you see race leader Matt Bowler just exit the hairpin a couple of seconds up the road. So these are the first cars one lap down. They will get their lap back, of course, when Bowler eventually chooses to come into the lane. He does have only, 5 more opportunities to do so, to serve the CPS requirement, and it will not be this time round at least.
No, it will not. End of lap 13. Yeah, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yep, 4 more opportunities, it seems, for Matthew Bowler, as this on board here from Lindsay Hobbs definitely showing, from Stead Miller, definitely showing that he's catching up to Hobbs at a rate of knots, and Hobbs, remember, is carrying some damage. His front end is once again quite crumpled. We've seen the same kind of damage on quite a few cars tonight. Slight bit of understeer though on the exit of the chicane from Stead Miller. That's part of the circuit that you really got to get your rear end in check, otherwise your front end will come away from you. Isaac Edwards, once again the rear end goes. And it looks like he's gained quite a bit of damage from that one.
Oh, he's also doing some lawn mowing straight in front of... No, that's Brett O'Keefe, apologies, doing some lawn mowing at the 8-9 chicane. Not the first to do that tonight across all the categories. Might not be the last. Hang on, all 3 of my non-painted blue cars more or less in a row at the moment. Oh, close enough. Harry Dodds is breaking up that order, but there you go, up the inside at the hairpin. Stead Miller on, Lindsay Hobbs gets the job done for 11th. Next man up the road for them is Brett O'Keefe, who, having just gone off the road of the 8-9 chicane, will be now in 10th. Bowler comes into the pit lane, so we now finally cleanse the field of the CPS requirement. Continue to watch these two go at it. Man up the road from them is Brett O'Keefe, and he is currently, call it 6 seconds in front of Stead Miller.
Quite the gap to make up. Bowler comes to a stop in his box and getting the tyres changed as you would expect. And at this point, will Cameron Dance be able to actually make up any time? Because he was already quite a ways behind. Bowler is already gone. He is out of pit lane and back up to racing speed. Dance just exiting the final corner now. So the gap will come very steadily down. Bowler already into the first chicane as Dance is 36 seconds behind him. So Matthew Bowler, at this point, all he has to do is cruise.
Yep, I get the feeling he somewhat will, but at the same time, knowing a little bit about Matt Bowler, also might just push on for the most part and see what the heck he can do. Anyways, yeah. So as we have a look here at Jonathan Salhani, unfortunately, it's been a very rough race 3 for him, above all the others. Currently back fighting with Matthew Deere for 5th place, and that's going to be about it, as Dylan Shepherd, despite an iRacing penalty, is still 7 seconds up the road, and unlikely to be caught, I would suggest, at this point in time. So this is going to be it, I think. It's that or the fight between Isaac Edwards, Harry Dodds. Stead Miller's been given a slow down. Somewhere else on the track, mind you, for Stead Miller. It's all right. Yeah. So Wall of Champions doing its thing once again, as always. That chicane there, making plenty of friends along the way. It does drop him back from that group of cars that I was starting to mention, which we can effectively, I think we could say it starts with John Courtney, and if you fudge the numbers a bit, goes back to Stead Miller. There's an 11-second gap, but alas, okay, back and forth race between Deere and Salhani. And once again, outside line is sometimes the best line.
Yeah, as we see. But Solani in the slipstream of Matthew Deere. A lot less damage on Solani's car. Deere with the front end slightly dented, and, well, Jonathan gets back up the inside of Matthew into the final chicane, and no slowdown there. He will keep the position, but Deere is right on him once again. The slipstream working in Deere's favor this time. Solani narrow into turn 1. He can protect that into turn 2. Deere with a little bit extra apex speed, but he can't take advantage of it. Solani retakes that position and stays there.
There we go, up the in. Well, pardon me, sorry. Finish the move off there through the 3-4 chicane. And now Deere. Do I want to guess who that might be? Yep, thank you. There we go. Make sure the rejoin's safe, Isaac. And that. We're being told there's something more to it that might explain why we're looking at it. Now, as I said, he was in a group of. He was at the front of a group of cars. Harry Dodds coming through up the inside. Apparently blamed the blue car. Oh, he's actually done it all by himself, though, unfortunately. Over the first curb too much. Destabilizes the car for what Isaac wanted it to do through the second part of the chicane there.
Have a look at Solani. He's gained quite a bit on Matthew Deere over the course of that lap. That's gone very well for the driver of the white machine. And only 3 laps to go for our leader. So the clock is ticking down, and finally it seems this race has entered something resembling a calm state. Well, it's been a calm state from the very beginning, I think, for Bowler, aside from the first couple of laps, of course, but it's been a really well-engineered night for the ERT driver. And there is nothing anyone can do to overcome him at this point, unless something disastrous happens.
Actually, I've got the broadcast up as well, and Director J has also brought it up here for us in terms of the person in question, a one Cameron Dance. For those who were here earlier tonight and saw the flat floors racing. Oh, Robert Northway, what's happened to you? You just got a mechanical black flag show up on my screen.
I will check that.
You go check that, because yeah, I was just gonna flash back in my mind and bring everyone back to some of the lighter moments of the evening with the flat fours, because producer Jay has reminded everyone in the chat that we really need to see Cam read the book again. Might be a little bit more sketchy, as it were, for Cam to do that. Unless you have less time to do the reading. It'll sort of rapid pick up, put down. Can you speed read a page? Any chance to update us on what's happened to Paul Northway to earn that mechanical black flag? Oh, Cam.
Oh dear, that's a big mistake into turn one. I can't tell you honestly. Northway just came into the pits, and he's carrying the same damage that he's been carrying from the very start of the race. I honestly couldn't tell you. Maybe the car has just had this damage creeping up on it over the course of the race, and something's just finally carked it.
No, I found it.
Oh, have you?
You're not wrong in that he was damaged already, but lap 14, turn 4.
I obviously wasn't looking hard enough.
Yeah, just here. Unfortunately, last lap around here, he went wide. He did what Jonathan Salhani just did. Although maybe at a slightly more aggressive angle into the wall for Northway, unfortunately. And Jay's found it for me, so we might just quickly look at the angle for Northway there, unfortunately. As rather than he had and then he found the fence through the turn 5 sweeper afterwards as well. So there's that, and then if we stay with the replay, no, never mind. Actually, go back to live pictures. But follow up hit on the other side of the car. Or he bounces off the wall inside of 5. Add all those three up together. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it indeed. Well, we should go back to live pictures because it's the final lap. White flag has just flown for Matthew Bowler. And it is a really incredible lead that he has at the moment. And he has backed off. He knows that he can afford to just take it easy to the finish. Remember, the gap when Cameron Dance came out of the pits was about 36 seconds. Dance, of course, making a mistake, but the gap's gone down to about 23 seconds at the moment. So
I thought it was 18 odd seconds once Bowler was back up to speed and the timing had resynced on this end. I can tell you his last lap around was inside 3/10 of his personal best for the race. So
right, okay.
He hasn't slowed down all that much.
Again,
and in fact,
don't listen to me.
And he's on a purple sector through the middle of this final lap of the race, just to add insult to your injury tonight, Reese.
Oh, I can't wait for the "you're clear" call to come from Jay at the end of this night. I am completely just spent.
John Courtney, Harry Dodds going at it off the final chicane. They're about to start their final lap of the race, but you know what? Stay with Bowler for a second. Let's give the Matt Bowler his moment in the sun, because we've not actually given him a time on the screen. And just like Aaron Gilbert in the other 80-80 format, we get a change from the madness of the triple sprints, and we get Matt Bowler sweeping the opening round of the flat sixes. He walks away head and shoulders above the field tonight as your round winner. Cameron Dance will bring it through the final turn. Unfortunately, I think he's a bit pooped and he's not going to give us anything much. He will be followed home by Simon Mazoma, who actually made up a hell of a lot of time. I mean, yeah, actually, no. That's about the same to Bowler. Apologies there, Mez. This is what I saw earlier. We've still got 5 cars that want to sort out their race here.
Yeah, this is the battle for 7th place.
Apologies. All right, then. Here we go.
John Courtney up ahead of these guys, and Brett O'Keefe having to defend from Harry Dodds, who's having to defend from Lindsay Hobbs, who might be keeping an eye out for Wade Sheedy, who's a lap down. And up the inside goes Harry Dodds. That is a really good move there, but it's not going to be over. Brett O'Keefe with a better exit round the outside and the hairpin. They come so close to touching down the straight. Got to be careful to move over. Oh, easy does it. O'Keefe gets a slightly better run on the straight. Can Dodds fight it? No. And look who's going to come into it. Lindsay Hobbs.
They all get through somehow.
Oh, goodness.
And yeah, actually, the outbraking has worked there for Brett O'Keefe. Commit early enough by getting up ahead. Force the guy on the inside to be a bit easy on the brakes to make sure he doesn't run wide through the final chicane. And that'll do us for the final race of the Flat Sixes, the final race of your second night and final night of the V8SCOPS supports for 2023, which is only the final night, which is only 2/3 through the weekend for you and I. Well, actually, all 3 of us here. Anyways, let's walk through the results, and then we might talk to Matt Bowler if he's around real quick, but otherwise we'll wrap things up here for the evening.
Yeah, absolutely we will. Well, Matthew Bowler takes both race wins in a pretty dominant fashion. Cameron Dance nearly 24 seconds behind Simon Mazzomo in third. Really good job from Mazzomo to recover from that awful race one he had. Dylan Shepherd carrying a couple of penalties through the night. Does finish fourth in the end, though, with Jonathan Solani rounding out the top 5. Matthew Deere makes up the most places in the field. He started 21st for the first race, but made his way back to 6th. Even bettered his original qualifying position there. Good on you, Matthew. John Courtney comes home in 7th, ahead of BJ O'Keefe, Harry Dodds, and Lindsay Hobbs.
There we are. Apologies there. I'm just also coordinating a few things in the background. So Stair Miller, your final driver to finish on the lead lap there in 11th place. And then your 1 lap down cars, Isaac Edwards, Anthony Green, and Robbie Bradbury. 3 laps down for Robert Northway and Peter Pavlovich. And then 7 laps down for Wade Sheedy, Ben Peterson, 7 knives. Apologies. And then Bo Albert, Taylor Oakes, Craig Mason, your final retirements in the double digits. To wrap things up for tonight. And, well, on the one hand, we have Matthew Bowler here, but Director Jay Kennedy, unfortunately, is going to... All right, no, we'll give... Oh, he ran away. He ran away. So,
Right.
back and forth. Sorry about that, Matt, but it has been a long night for us in the comms box, and we got one more night of racing to cover tomorrow night when V8SCOPS in its full form in terms of respect to the main game returns race.
Indeed. You'll be able to catch it from 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. We will have Super Split 2 action, of course, first up, and then the main game, the Montreal 250, the first round of the V8SCOPS season. Of course, in terms of supports, and for V8SCOPS as well, the next round is at Winton, and that's going to start on the 24th of February at 8:20 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. The Flat 6s and the Flat 4s will return for that particular round at a very tight and twisty circuit. But we are going to say goodbye here for V8SCOPS supports for now, at least. Thanks very much, everybody, for watching. Thank you so much to the team at Oceanic Sim Racing for putting all of this on. Make sure you give us a follow on our socials. I'm Reese Gardner. It's Dan Yeaman alongside me and Jay Kennedy on production. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, bye for now. Certainly not forever. See you tomorrow.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.